fellow wanderers of Middle-earth. Tonight we begin a new chronicle from the deep halls of Durin's folk. We turn our gaze to Gimli, son of Glóin, dwarf of Erebor, who walked Middle-earth for 200 years before the War of the Ring called him from mountain shadow into legend. This is the story of a craftsman who became a warrior, a dwarf who loved an elf more than ancient gold, and the only one of his kind to sail beyond the circles of the world. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade away, and journey with me into this chronicle of stone and friendship, of craft and courage, of breaking every tradition for love. If these tales stir something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers, and drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight. For every voice makes our circle stronger. The child came in the year 2879 of the Third Age, born in the great halls of Erebor beneath the lonely mountain. Glóin, son of Glóin, held his son for the first time and named him Gimli, and the name meant fire or spark in the old dwarf tongue. The mountain had been reclaimed only 40 years before, won back from Smaug, the terrible through blood and battle and Thorin Oakenshield's sacrifice. Gimli would grow in halls his father helped win, breathing air his grandfather never lived to taste. Glóin had ridden with Thorin's company across half of Middle-earth. He had walked through goblin tunnels and barrel rides and dragonfire, and he carried those days in his heart like jewels that never dimmed. Now he held an infant son in the halls they had died to reclaim, and the weight of that legacy pressed heavy on his shoulders. This child would know what it meant to be Durin's folk, would learn the craft and the pride and the long memory of wrongs unavenged. The lonely mountain stood tall above Dale, its peak sharp against northern stars. Inside its stone heart the dwarves had built their kingdom anew, delving deep and crafting beauty from the raw rock. Forges burned hot in the deep places, and hammers rang against anvils in rhythms older than the sun. The treasure hoard of Smaug had been divided after the battle of 5 armies, and what remained bought tools and trade and the slow work of restoration. Gimli grew in those early years, knowing plenty where his father had known exile. The halls were warm with forge light, and the tables heavy with food from Dale's fields and the Iron Hill stores. He learned to walk on stone floors worn smooth by generations, learned to speak in the deep tongue of his people that no outsider would ever fully know. His world was mountain and stone and the pride of craft, and he knew nothing yet of the long roads that waited. Glóin taught him carefully as the years turned. He showed the boy how to hold a hammer, how to read stones, grain, and metals temper, how to see beauty sleeping in raw or bot. More than craft, he taught memory, for dwarves forget nothing and forgive less. He told stories of Thorin's quest, of 13 dwarves and a hobbit walking into legend. He spoke of Moria, lost to darkness and Balrog fire, of Khazad-dûm that was once the greatest of all dwarf kingdoms before shadow claimed it. The child listened and learned and grew strong in those deep halls. He learned his lineage back through the generations, learned the names of kings and the locations of lost kingdoms. He learned pride in his people and their craft, learned loyalty to kin and kind. He learned that dwarves stood alone in Middle-earth, trusted no one fully, and remembered every slight for 1,000 years. But he learned love too in those halls. Glóin was stern but never cold, proud but never cruel. He taught his son that craft was prayer, that beauty hewn from stone honoured Aule, the Maker who shaped the fathers of their race. He showed him that strength without skill was worthless, that patience and precision mattered more than power. Gimli grew, knowing he was loved, knowing he had a place, knowing he belonged to something greater than himself. The mountain was home, and the halls were haven, and the forges sang their ancient songs. Dane Ironfoot ruled in Erebor, old and iron-hard and wise in the ways of his people. Dale prospered at the mountain's feet, rebuilt from Smaug's ruin through King Bard's steady hand. Trade ran south to Lake Town, and east to the Iron Hills, and west through Mirkwood when merchants dared the forest's shadow. Gimli learned to swing a hammer before he learned to swing an axe. He learned to shape metal and carve stone before he learned to break skulls. His childhood was craft and kindness, warmth and security, everything his father's generation had fought to reclaim. He did not know yet what it meant to walk in exile, to wander homeless through a world that did not want you. He did not know what his father had sacrificed so he could grow in safety. But those lessons would come in time. The shadow was stirring again in the world, and children born in peace would learn war soon enough. For now he was simply Gimli, son of Glóin, a dwarf child in the lonely mountain, learning his craft and his lineage in halls won back from Dragonfire. The road would call him eventually, and he would answer. But those days waited in the future's darkness, and for now there was only stone and fire and his father's steady hands teaching him what it meant to be Durin's folk. The years turned, and Gimli grew from child to youth in Erebor's halls. He was 6 when the new century began, old enough to understand stories and young enough to believe them completely. Glóin told him tales of the quest most nights when the day's work ended, sitting by forge light in the deep places where the mountain's heart beat strongest. The stories never grew old, and Gimli never tired of hearing how 13 dwarves and a burglar walked into legend. Glóin spoke of the beginning, of Thorin Oakenshield gathering his company in the Shire. He described Bag End and the unexpected party, the hole in the ground where a hobbit lived in comfort and wanted no adventures. He told how Bilbo Baggins opened his door to dwarves who ate his pantry bare and sang of mountains and gold and the dragon sleeping on stolen treasure. The hobbit had seemed small and useless then, but he proved braver than any of them expected. The journey east had been long and terrible and glorious. Glóin's voice grew darker when he spoke of the goblin tunnels beneath the misty mountains, of being captured and the great goblin's throne room deep in stone. He spoke of Gandalf's rescue and the mad flight through darkness, of Bilbo lost and found again with a magic ring that made him vanish. Something had happened to the hobbit down in those tunnels, something he never fully explained, but he came out changed and carrying power he did not understand. Gimli listened to stories of Boiron's Hall and the great man who could become a bear. He heard of Mirkwood's darkness and the spiders that hunted there, of wood elves and their king's dungeons and barrel rides down the forest river. Glóin's voice held grudging respect when he spoke of Bilbo's cleverness in freeing them, but it hardened when he mentioned elves. No love lived between dwarf and elf, not since ancient wrongs in the First Age, and even rescue did not earn much gratitude. Lake Town came next in the tale, the city on the water where men lived who remembered Smaug's fire. They welcomed Thorin because they remembered the old alliance between Dale and Erebor. because they hoped the mountain's wealth might flow again if the dragon fell. The dwarves promised gold and friendship, and the lake men gave them boats and provisions for the final leg of their quest. Then came the mountain itself, the secret door and the thrush's song, and Bilbo going down alone into Smaug's lair. Glóin's voice dropped to a whisper when he described the dragon, the great worm who lay on gold stolen from Gimli's ancestors. Smaug had been huge and terrible and clever, speaking in riddles and radiating heat that could melt stone. Bilbo had stolen a cup and learned the dragon's weak spot, and he had come back alive, though no one expected him to. The dragon's wrath fell on Lake Town instead of the mountain. Smaug came in fire and rage, burning the city and killing everything that could not escape the flames. But Bard the bowman stood tall that night, and the black arrow flew true, and the greatest dragon in Middle-earth fell dead into the lake's cold water. The threat that had haunted the north for nearly 2 centuries ended in a single shot. Victory brought new problems. 3 armies converged on Erebor, wanting shares of the treasure. Elves came from Mirkwood, led by their king Thranduil. Men came from Lake Town, led by Bard, who had earned a share through dragon slaying. And dwarves held the mountain and refused to yield what was rightfully theirs. Thorin grew strange then, gold, mad and paranoid, refusing all reasonable offers and barricading himself inside the halls. The treasure corrupted him the way it corrupted everyone who touched it too long. War came before dawn on a cold morning. But the real enemy was not elf or man, but goblins pouring from the north. Orcs and wargs seeking revenge for the great goblin's death. The 3 armies stopped fighting each other and turned to face the common threat. Thorin led a final charge from the mountain's gates, and Glóin followed him into that battle, knowing it might be their last. They fought on Ravenhill, where the eagles came and Bowen arrived in his bare shape, and they won the day through blood and courage and sacrifice. Thorin Oakenshield died of his wounds beneath the mountain he reclaimed. He made peace with Bilbo before the end, apologizing for his gold madness and thanking the hobbit for his service. He was buried deep in the mountain with the Arkenstone on his breast, and Dane Ironfoot took the throne afterward. Fili and Kili died too, Thorin's nephews and heirs, cut down defending their uncle in the battle's chaos. Gimli heard these stories and learned what it meant to be Durin's folk. He learned that dwarves died for kin and kingdom, that loyalty mattered more than life, that some causes deserved any sacrifice. He learned his people's pride and their stubbornness, their skill in craft and war, their long memory for friends and enemies both. He learned that a hobbit could be braver than warriors, that small folk sometimes carried large hearts, that courage came in unexpected shapes. The tales shaped him through his growing years. He learned to honor Thorin's memory and respect Bilbo's deeds, to value loyalty and courage and the bonds that held companions together through darkness. He learned his people's history written in blood and stone, and he carried those lessons deep in his heart. The quest had ended before his birth, but it lived forever in story, and story shaped the dwarf he would become. Gimli came of age in the mountains, deep places where stone sang under skilled hands. He was 20 when the new century turned, old enough to hold a smith's hammer with purpose, and young enough to learn properly. Glóin took him to the forges, where their people worked metal and stone into beauty, where craft became prayer and every strike of hammer on anvil honored the maker who shaped the first dwarves from earth itself. The work was hard and precise and utterly unforgiving. Stone did not care about intention or effort, only about skill and patience and understanding its nature. Gimli learned to read rock's grain the way men read books, to see where it would split clean and where it would shatter. He learned that force without knowledge was worthless, that the strongest arm could not fix a mistake born of ignorance or haste. Metal was different, but equally demanding. It had to be heated to exact temperatures, worked at precise moments, cooled according to strict rules. Too hot and it burned useless, too cold and it would not shape, too fast and it cracked under stress. Gimli burned his hands 100 times learning these lessons, scarred his fingers on hot metal and sharp edges, built calluses thick as leather through years of patient work. But slowly the craft came to him. His hands learned what his mind could not explain, developed instinct for temperature and timing and the exact angle of strike needed. He could feel when metal reached perfect heat, could hear the note stone sang when it was ready to split. The work became meditation, each project a problem to solve, each piece a test of everything he knew. Erebor prospered in those years under Dane's steady rule. The forges never stopped burning, and the mines delved deeper into the mountain's roots, seeking new veins of ore. Trade ran steady with Dale and Laketown, iron and gold, and crafted goods flowing south, while food and timber came north. The wealth that Smaug hoarded now served living people, buying security and prosperity for dwarves and men both. Gimli learned his people's ways through craft and custom. He learned the formal greetings and the secret handshakes, the ceremonies that marked births and deaths and coming of age. He learned to drink deep and sing loud in the feast halls, to value loyalty above all else, to trust slowly and forgive never. He learned pride in his lineage and his people's achievements, learned to carry himself with the dignity befitting Durin's folk. The mountain became his world entire. He knew its halls and passages, its deep places where forges burned, and its high places where watch was kept. He knew the great hall where Dane held court, the treasure chambers where dragon gold still gleamed, the tombs where Thorin and his nephews slept in honor. Every stone held history, and every passage held memory, and Gimli learned to read the mountain like his ancestors had. He grew strong in those years, broad-shouldered and deep-chested like all his kind. His beard came in thick and dark, and he braided it according to his family's pattern. His hands grew skilled at forge and chisel, at hammer and tongs and all the tools of craft. He learned to shape beauty from raw stone and raw metal, to see what others could not see and make it real through patience and skill. But he learned weapons too, for dwarves were warriors as much as craftsmen. He trained with axe and hammer, learning to strike with precision and power. Both the movements were similar to smithing, the same understanding of angles and force and timing. A warrior who could not read his opponent was like a smith who could not read his metal, blind to what mattered most. Glóin watched his son grow with quiet pride. Gimli would never ride on quests like his father had, would never see the wide world, or fight dragons, or reclaim lost kingdoms. He would be a craftsman in Erebor, making beautiful things in the mountains safety, living the peaceful life that Glóin's generation had died to secure. It was everything they had fought for, and Glóin found satisfaction in seeing his son learn craft in halls won back through sacrifice. The mountain was secure, and the future seemed certain. Dane ruled well, and Dale flourished, and trade kept the halls wealthy. The shadow that destroyed Moria was far away, and the darkness in Mirkwood was someone else's problem. Erebor stood strong beneath its peak, unassailable and prosperous, home to dwarves who thought themselves safe. Gimli lived those years in contentment, learning his craft and growing into his strength. He did not know the shadow was stirring again in the south, that the peace his father's generation won was temporary, that the road would call him eventually to places darker than any forge. For now there was only stone and fire and the good work of making beauty from mountains' bones, and that seemed like it would last forever. The world changed while Gimli learned his craft in Erebor's deep places. News came slowly to the mountain, carried by traders and travellers who walked the long roads between kingdoms. The year 2941 brought rumours from the south, whispers of darkness gathering and old evils waking. Smaug's death had seemed like an ending, but endings are never as final as people hope. The White Council struck at Dol Guldur that same year, driving out the necromancer who had haunted Mirkwood for centuries. Gandalf the Grey was there, and the Lady Galadriel, and they cleansed the fortress with power that shook the forest's roots. The darkness fled south, and the woods breathed easier for a time. Men celebrated, and elves spoke of healing, and everyone hoped the shadow was broken forever. But the necromancer was not broken, only driven from his stronghold. He fled to Mordor in the far south and declared himself openly. The name Sauron was spoken again after 2,000 years of hiding, and the Dark Tower rose in Barad-dûr, where it had stood in elder days. What seemed like victory was merely relocation, and the enemy was stronger for abandoning pretense. Gimli was 62 when the shadow returned to Mordor in 2951. He had been working metal and stone for 4 decades, his hands skilled and his craft refined. The news from the south meant little to him at first. Mordor was far away, and Sauron was someone else's problem, an enemy for Gondor to face, if anyone. Erebor stood secure in the north, with mountains all around, and no reason to fear shadows 1,000 miles distant. But Glóin understood better. He had walked Middle-earth and seen its scope, had learned that distance meant nothing when darkness spread. He remembered the goblin tunnels and Mirkwood spiders and the long threat of Smaug hanging over everything. Evil did not stay contained, did not respect borders or distance. It grew and spread and eventually touched everything, and the north would not stay safe forever. The years that followed brought more troubling news. Orcs grew bolder in the mountains, raiding more frequently and in larger numbers. Mirkwood darkened again despite the necromancer's expulsion, and the wood elves fought constant battles against spiders and worse things. The roads grew dangerous and trade became harder, and merchants who had travelled freely now hired guards or stayed home entirely. Mordor's power grew openly. The Dark Tower was complete and armies gathered there, orcs breeding in pits and men rallying to Sauron's banner. Gondor stood watch in the south, but the ancient kingdom was failing. Its strength diminished after centuries of slow decline. The line of kings had ended 1,000 years ago, and stewards ruled in their place, holding what remained against enemies that never stopped pressing. Gimli listened to these reports in Erebor's halls and felt the first stirrings of unease. The mountain seemed less secure when he thought about gathering darkness. the walls less impenetrable when enemies multiplied beyond counting. But Dain ruled steady, and the forges kept burning, and life went on much as it always had. Work was work, and craft was craft, and the world's troubles seemed distant from the mountain's deep heart. Dale prospered despite the growing darkness. Bard ruled well, and his son after him, and the city grew wealthy on trade with Erebor. The alliance between men and dwarves that Thorin had promised held strong, and both peoples benefited from cooperation. The mountain provided metal and craft, while Dale provided food and timber, and together they built prosperity in the north. But the shadow crept closer year by year. Patrols from Erebor encountered orcs more often, and the battles grew fiercer. Traders reported that Mirkwood was nearly impassable now, that the old forest road was choked with webs and crawling things. The lonely mountain stood strong, but the lands around it darkened, and isolation replaced the security they had known. Gimli was 70 when he first killed an orc. A raiding party came too close to Erebor's eastern gate, and the guard turned them back with axes. He fought beside older dwarves, who had seen real war, and he learned how different combat was from training. The orc he killed stank of rot, and its blood was black, and afterward he cleaned his axe and returned to the forges, trying not to think about it. The raids continued sporadically through the following years. Nothing organized, nothing that threatened Erebor seriously, just the constant low-level violence that became normal. Dwarves died occasionally, and orcs died in greater numbers, and the mountain stood secure behind its walls. But the world outside grew darker, and the news from the south grew worse. And even in Erebor's deep places, people felt the shadow's weight. Glóin watched these changes and remembered Thorin's quest. They had fought to reclaim the mountain and won it through blood, and now the world was darkening again around them. Victory never lasted, and peace was always temporary, and the next generation would have to fight for what his generation had secured. He looked at Gimli and saw a craftsman who would need to become a warrior, and he hoped his son was ready for what was coming. The year 2989 brought a decision that would haunt Erebor for decades. Balin, son of Fundin, announced his intention to reclaim Moria, to take dwarves back into Khazad-dûm and restore the greatest of all their kingdoms. He was old by then, nearly 250 years, but the fire still burned bright in him. The ancient halls called to him like they called to all of Durin's folk, whispering promises of glory and restoration. Gimli was 110, still young by dwarf reckoning, but old enough to understand what Balin proposed. Moria had been lost nearly 1,000 years ago when the Balrog woke in the deep places and drove their people out. It was Durin's kingdom, the first and greatest city of the dwarves, carved into the living rock of the misty mountains. Every dwarf dreamed of reclaiming it someday, of walking those legendary halls and restoring them to glory. Balin gathered volunteers through the spring and summer. He spoke in Erebor's great hall of duty and heritage, of reclaiming what was rightfully theirs. He promised wealth and honor and the chance to write their names in history beside the great kings of old. The call stirred something deep in dwarf hearts, that longing for stone and depth and the ancient places where their fathers walked. Glóin argued against it in council. He had ridden with Balin on Thorin's quest and loved him like a brother, but this venture seemed doomed from the start. Moria had been abandoned for good reason, and the Balrog might still walk those halls. They had no news from the ancient kingdom in 1,000 years, no idea what waited in the darkness. Sending dwarves into that uncertainty was sending them to die. But Balin would not be dissuaded. He had Dane's blessing, if not his active support, and he had volunteers enough to make the attempt viable. 40 dwarves pledged to follow him, warriors and craftsmen both, ready to die if necessary to reclaim their birthright. Among them were Ari and Yin, both veterans of Thorin's company, both old enough to remember when dwarf kingdoms stood proud and unchallenged. Gimli wanted desperately to join them. The call to Moria sang in his blood like it sang in all his people's. He imagined walking halls that Durin himself had carved, seeing the great pillars and vast chambers that legend described. He dreamed of being part of the restoration, of helping rebuild the kingdom that should never have fallen. But Glóin forbade it absolutely. Gimli was too young and too valuable, the only son of an aging father who had no other heirs. If Glóin lost his son in Moria's darkness, he would have nothing, and Gimli's line would end with him. The quest needed young blood, but it would not have his sons, and that was final. They argued about it for weeks, but Glóin's word was law, and Gimli stayed behind when Balin's company departed. The farewell was hard. Balin embraced Glóin like the brother he was, promised to send word as soon as they reached the east gate and established themselves. He spoke confidently of success, of dwarves returning to their greatest kingdom, of restoring Moria to its ancient glory. He looked old but unafraid, and the dwarves who followed him trusted his leadership completely. They left in late autumn, when the mountain passes were still clear. 40 dwarves marching west with tools and weapons, supplies and hope, everything needed to reclaim a kingdom. They took the old roads through the valleys and disappeared into the distance, and Erebor felt emptier after they left. The mountain held thousands of dwarves still, but the absence of those 40 was felt like a wound. Gimli watched them go from Erebor's gate and felt the loss like physical pain. He should have been with them, walking west toward glory and history. Instead, he stood safe in the mountain his father's generation had reclaimed. Craftsman and warrior both, but neither tested in any way that mattered. The frustration burned in him for months afterward. Anger at being left behind mixed with fear that he would never get another chance. Winter came, and no word arrived from Moria. Spring followed, and still the silence held. Glóin grew worried as the months passed without news. Balin had promised to send messengers once they established themselves, had said communication would follow quickly after arrival. The silence suggested something had gone wrong, that the attempt had failed in some way they could not yet know. Gimli tried not to think about what might have happened. He imagined Balin's company reaching the east gate and finding it sealed, turning back rather than force entry into darkness. He imagined them establishing a foothold but lacking materials to send messengers back. He imagined anything except the darker possibilities, the ones where orcs poured from the deep places or the Balrogs still walked, or the halls were full of horrors worse than legend described. The forges kept burning and the craft continued. Gimli worked metal and stone like he always had, trying to lose himself in the rhythm of creation. But the work felt hollow now, meaningless compared to the great deeds happening in the west. Balin was reclaiming kingdoms, while Gimli made decorative metalwork in Erebor's safety, and the contrast burned worse than forge fire. Years passed and still no word came from Moria. The silence grew heavier as hope faded. Dane refused to send another expedition to investigate, unwilling to risk more dwarves when the first group's fate remained unknown. They waited and wondered and feared the worst, but they could not know for certain. Moria kept its secrets, and Balin's company vanished into darkness. And Erebor mourned without knowing if mourning was warranted yet. The years crawled past without word from Moria, and hope died slowly in Erebor's halls. Gimli was 110 when Balin left, 138 when the messenger finally came from the south. 28 years of silence, 28 years of wondering and dreading and trying not to imagine what horrors might have claimed those 40. Dwarves in the darkness beneath the mountains. Glóin aged visibly through those decades. He had sent his dearest friend into shadow and heard nothing since, and the not knowing ate at him worse than certain knowledge would have. He checked every caravan from the west, hoping for news, questioned every traveller who passed through Erebor's gates, but no one had word from Moria, no traders or wanderers or rangers. The ancient halls kept their secrets, and Balin's company remained lost. Gimli tried to lose himself in craft, and failed. The work that had consumed him before felt meaningless now. Decorative pieces for halls that needed no decoration, while real dwarves died in darkness. He made gates and jewelry and weapons, each piece perfect and each piece hollow. His hands knew what to do, but his heart was not in the work, and he moved through the years like a ghost haunting his own life. Dane refused all requests to send rescue expeditions. He was old himself now, over 250 years, and he had grown cautious where he had once been bold. Erebor could not afford to lose more dwarves chasing those already lost, could not risk weakening their defenses when the world grew darker every year. The decision was wise, and it was also cowardice, and everyone knew both things were true. The mountain felt smaller as the years passed. Gimli knew every hall and passage, every forge and chamber. He had worked in these spaces for over a century, and the familiarity bred contempt. Erebor was secure and prosperous and utterly stifling, a golden cage that kept him safe while the world outside called to him. He envied Balin despite knowing his friend was probably dead, envied him the chance to try something that mattered. News from the wider world grew steadily worse. Mordor's power increased year by year, armies gathering in the south beyond counting. Gondor fought desperate battles along the Anduin and in the passes of the mountains, holding back darkness through blood and sacrifice. Rohan stood watch over the plains, but enemies multiplied faster than horses could ride. The free peoples were losing slowly, ground down by an enemy that never tired and never stopped breeding. Mirkwood became nearly impassable. The forest that had been merely dangerous in Bilbo's time was now a nightmare of webs and poison and crawling malice. The elves fought endlessly to keep even the narrowest path open, and traders who had to cross it often never emerged from the other side. The north was isolated, cut off from the south by that darkness, and Erebor's prosperity felt increasingly fragile. Orcs raided more frequently through the mountain passes. Gimli fought in a dozen skirmishes over those decades. Small, vicious battles that ended with dead orcs and sometimes dead dwarves. The fighting was brutal and pointless, defending territory that gave them nothing except the right to keep defending it. He killed efficiently and took no pleasure in it, just did what needed doing and returned to the forges afterward. Glóin grew more bitter as the silence stretched. He had argued against Balin's quest and been proven right. But being right brought no satisfaction when it meant his friend was dead. He spoke less in council and drank more in the halls, and the fire that had driven him across Middle-earth in his youth burned low. Gimli watched his father age and felt helpless to ease the burden. Dale prospered despite everything, alliance with Erebor, keeping both peoples secure. King Bard was long dead, but his line continued, and men and dwarves maintained the friendship that Thorin had promised. Trade flowed between mountain and city, and together they stood stronger than either could alone. But prosperity felt hollow when the world beyond their borders darkened, when old friends were lost and enemies multiplied. Gimli turned 130 and then 135, middle-aged by dwarf, reckoning but feeling ancient. He had spent his whole life in Erebor, except for a few patrols outside the gates. He knew craft and he knew basic combat, but he had never truly tested himself, never walked the long roads or faced real danger. He was a craftsman playing at warrior, making beautiful things in a secure mountain while the world burned. The not knowing about Moria was worst of all. If Balin was dead, then he should be mourned properly, honored and remembered. If he lived, then he should be rescued, brought home or reinforced. But this limbo of uncertainty made both impossible, left them frozen between hope and despair. Erebor's dwarves spoke Balin's name less as years passed, afraid to hope and afraid to mourn. Gimli dreamed sometimes of the ancient halls, of walking through Khazad-dûm's vast spaces and seeing what Balin had seen. The dreams always ended the same way, with darkness closing in and no way out, with screams echoing through stone corridors and something terrible coming closer. He would wake in his chamber in Erebor and feel grateful for the mountain's security and ashamed of that gratitude both. The world contracted as the years passed. The mountain was home and prison both, keeping them safe and keeping them trapped. Gimli worked his craft and fought his small battles and waited for something to change. For news from the west or war from the south or anything that would break the stagnant routine. He did not know that change was coming soon, that a messenger would arrive in spring asking questions that would send him finally onto the long roads. For now there was only silence and waiting and the slow erosion of hope in halls that felt increasingly like a tomb. Spring came to Erebor in the year 3018 of the Third Age, and with it came darkness wearing mortal shape. The messenger arrived in March when the mountain passes cleared and the first traders ventured north from Dale. He came alone on a great black horse, wrapped in a dark cloak that seemed to drink the light. The guards at Erebor's gate challenged him, and he spoke smoothly, requesting audience with King Dain on matters of great importance. Dain received him in the great hall with the full court assembled. Gimli stood among the warriors, watching this stranger who made the air feel colder just by breathing. The messenger was tall, and his voice was soft and reasonable, but something underneath the words felt wrong. He spoke of searching for a creature called Baggins, a thief who had stolen a precious thing from his master long ago. The name Baggins meant something to every dwarf in that hall. Bilbo had ridden with Thorin's company and earned their respect through courage and cleverness. He had stolen the Arkenstone and returned it, had made peace between enemies, had proven himself worthy despite his small size and soft hands. Glóin stepped forward immediately and declared Bilbo a friend of Erebor, under their protection despite being far away in the Shire. The messenger smiled at that, showing teeth that seemed too sharp. He spoke of a ring then, a simple golden ring that the creature Baggins had taken from its rightful owner. His master wanted it back and would pay generously for information leading to its recovery. He offered riches and friendship, alliance between Mordor and Erebor, security for the mountain in exchange for one small piece of information. Dane's face darkened at the mention of Mordor. He was old now, 252 years, but his mind remained sharp and his courage undiminished. He told the messenger that Erebor made no deals with Sauron, gave no information about friends, and wanted nothing the Dark Lord offered. The hall fell silent as he spoke, every dwarf understanding they were refusing something dangerous. The messenger's pleasant mask slipped for a moment. His voice grew harder, and he spoke of Sauron's power, of armies that could crush the mountain like an egg, of isolation that made Erebor vulnerable. He reminded them that Moria had fallen silent and they had no word from the west, that the north stood alone against enemies multiplying in the shadows. Refusal carried consequences, and the mountain was not as secure as its king believed. Gimli felt cold dread settling in his stomach. The messenger knew about Moria's silence, knew it like he knew other things he should not know. The implication was clear without being stated directly. Balin's company had encountered something in those ancient halls, and Mordor knew what it was. The not knowing that had haunted Erebor for decades suddenly felt like mercy compared to what this creature was suggesting. Dane ordered the messenger to leave immediately. His voice rang with authority and anger both, and the dwarves in the hall gripped their axes tighter. The messenger bowed mockingly and departed, promising to return for an answer in better times. He rode away on his black horse, and the spring sunlight seemed brighter after he left. Like darkness had briefly smothered everything. The council convened immediately after. Dane was furious and frightened both, understanding they had just made an enemy they could not defeat through strength. Mordor wanted this ring badly enough to send messengers to the north, badly enough to threaten war if cooperation was not forthcoming. Whatever Bilbo had taken from Gollum in those goblin tunnels decades ago, it was more important than anyone had realized. Glóin argued they must warn Bilbo immediately. The hobbit had no idea Mordor sought him, had no knowledge that his simple golden ring was important to the enemy. He lived peacefully in the Shire, believing his adventuring days were over, and he deserved warning before darkness came hunting him. Someone had to ride west and carry word, and it had to be someone Bilbo would trust and recognize. Dane agreed and looked at Glóin with decision already made. Glóin would go as Erebor's representative, carrying warning and seeking advice from Elrond at Rivendell. The journey was dangerous, with Mirkwood dark and enemies prowling the roads, but Glóin had walked those paths before and survived worse. He was one of the few dwarves still living who had ridden with Thorin and knew Bilbo personally. Gimli volunteered immediately, before his father could speak. His voice surprised him with its firmness, with the certainty that this was his moment finally arriving. He was 139 years old, and he had never left Erebor except for patrols within sight of the gates. The long roads called to him, and he was done waiting, done making beautiful things in safety while the world burned. His father needed someone to watch his back, and Gimli would be that someone. Glóin looked at his son and saw determination that would not be denied. He had kept Gimli from Balin's quest 3 decades ago and regretted it ever since. The boy had grown into a warrior despite never seeing real war, had learned craft and courage both in Erebor's halls. The road west was dangerous, but refusing to go was more dangerous still, leaving Gimli to rot in the mountain, wondering what he might have done if given the chance. They departed within the week, 2 dwarves riding west toward Rivendell. Gimli felt strange leaving Erebor's security, riding through the gates knowing he might never return. The mountain had been his whole world for nearly 140 years, and now it fell behind him, growing smaller with each mile traveled. Fear and excitement mixed in his chest until he could not separate them, until both felt like the same wild hope. The road stretched before them into spring's bright promise. They rode toward Mirkwood's shadow and beyond it to Rivendell, where elves dwelt and counsel might be found. Gimli did not know yet that he rode toward the greatest quest since his father's generation, toward fellowship and war and friendship that would break every tradition of his people. For now there was only the road and his father beside him, and the long journey west into uncertainty. The mountain fell behind and the world opened before him, and Gimli, son of Glóin, finally stepped into the story that had been waiting for him since birth. The road west ran through lands Gimli had never seen, past dale and along the banks of the running river toward Mirkwood's shadow. Spring turned the world green and alive, and everything seemed larger than he had imagined. The mountain had been his entire existence, and now it was just one peak among many. The sky vast overhead, and the horizon stretching endlessly in all directions. Glóin set a hard pace, but not a reckless one. They were dwarves travelling alone through dangerous country, and speed mattered less than caution. They avoided the main roads where orcs might patrol, and stuck to game trails and hidden paths that Glóin remembered from decades past. The land had changed since his last journey, but stone remained constant, and he navigated by mountains and stars both. They reached Mirkwood's western edge in early summer. The forest loomed, dark and threatening, trees twisted and wrapped in webs that caught the light. The old forest road was choked with growth and shadow, barely passable even at midday. Glóin had crossed this forest twice before and survived both times, but the darkness had worsened considerably in the decades since. What had been merely dangerous was now nearly impassable. They entered anyway because there was no other route. The forest stretched for leagues in both directions, and going around would add months to their journey. Bilbo needed warning, and Rivendell needed consultation, and delay could cost lives. Gimli gripped his axe and followed his father into shadow that swallowed the sun completely. The crossing took 2 weeks of constant vigilance and grinding fear. They travelled only by day when thin light penetrated the canopy, made camp in clearings with fires built high against the darkness. Things moved in the shadows around them, spiders large as wolves and other creatures that made no sound at all. They encountered webs stretched across the path and cut through them carefully, knowing the makers hunted nearby. Gimli learned real fear in that forest. Erebor's security had been absolute, and the orc skirmishes had been brief violence under open sky. But Mirkwood was different, oppressive and malevolent in ways that made his skin crawl. The trees themselves felt hostile, and the darkness seemed alive with malice. He understood finally why elves fought endlessly to keep even the narrowest path open, why travellers who entered the forest sometimes never emerged. They met wood elves on the 4th day in the forest. A patrol found them at midday and surrounded them with arrows drawn before Glóin could even reach for his axe. The elves were tall and cold and utterly without mercy, and they spoke in their own language before switching to Western. They demanded to know what dwarves were doing in their forest without permission or escort. Glóin explained they were riding to Rivendell on urgent business, that they meant no trespass and carried messages for Elrond. The elf captain looked skeptical but eventually allowed them to continue with a warning. The forest road was for those granted passage, and dwarves had no such grant. Next time they would be turned back or worse, and the elves would not be so generous with intruders. Gimli felt his father's old grudges stirring as the elves departed. No love lived between dwarf and elf, not since ancient wrongs in the First Age. The elves were arrogant and the dwarves were stubborn, and neither side had forgotten grievances that stretched back thousands of years. Gimli had never met elves before, but he recognized the contempt in their voices. The assumption that dwarves were lesser beings deserving of orders rather than courtesy. They pressed on through the forest's remainder. The darkness lifted gradually as they approached the western edge, and finally they emerged into sunlight that felt like freedom after weeks of shadow. The Anduin River gleamed ahead of them, and the misty mountains rose in the west, and Gimli breathed clean air that did not taste of rot and poison. The road west followed, the river south toward the mountains. They passed through empty lands where few people lived, seeing distant farms and occasional travelers, but mostly riding alone. The world felt huge and ancient and utterly indifferent to their passage. Gimli had lived his whole life surrounded by stone walls and dwarf friends, and the openness was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. Glóin spoke little during the journey, except to point out landmarks or warn about dangers. He was focused entirely on reaching Rivendell quickly, on delivering their warning before Mordor's agents found Bilbo. But sometimes at night, when they made camp, he would talk about his first journey across these lands, about Thorin's company and their quest. The stories took on new weight now that Gimli walked the same roads and saw the same mountains. They reached the Bruinen River in early autumn. The ford was shallow and easily crossed, and beyond it the path climbed into the foothills toward Rivendell. Elrond's house was hidden in a valley, protected by elf magic and the river's strength. Both Glóin had been there twice before, and he navigated confidently, following paths that seemed to appear when needed and vanish behind them. Rivendell opened before them suddenly, a valley of impossible beauty carved into the mountainside. Buildings rose, graceful and ancient among trees that blazed with autumn color. Water sang everywhere in falls and streams, and the air felt different somehow, cleaner and lighter than anywhere Gimli had ever known. The last homely house stood at the valley's heart, and lights glowed warm in windows as evening fell. The elves who met them at the gate were courteous but cool. They recognized Glóin from his previous visits and welcomed them both inside, though their eyes lingered on Gimli with the same subtle contempt he had seen in Mirkwood. He was a dwarf in an elf sanctuary, and the tension was immediate. Ancient grudges hanging between peoples who could not forget and would not forgive. Elrond received them in his hall that same night. He was ancient beyond measure, older than kingdoms, and power radiated from him like heat from forge fires. He listened gravely as Glóin described the messenger from Mordor, the threats and promises, the questions about Bilbo and his ring. His face darkened as the tale progressed, and he asked careful questions about exact words and specific threats. They learned then that Bilbo had already left Rivendell weeks ago. He had passed through in late summer on his way to the Grey Havens, planning to visit the elves one last time before age claimed him. Gandalf had been with him briefly, but departed on urgent business, and Bilbo had continued west without knowing Mordor hunted him. The timing was terrible and potentially disastrous, and Elrond immediately sent swift messengers west, hoping to intercept the hobbit before darkness found him first. Gimli stood in that beautiful hall and felt the weight of what they carried. The world was changing and war was coming, and somehow a hobbit's simple ring stood at the center of everything. He did not understand it yet, but he felt it. The sense that great events were gathering and small choices would shape enormous consequences. He had left Erebor seeking purpose and found something larger than he could have imagined, and there was no turning back now. Gimli waited in Rivendell through late summer and into autumn, while messengers rode west, seeking Bilbo. The valley was beautiful, beyond anything he had imagined, but beauty did not ease the tension between dwarf and elf. The elves were courteous and distant, treating him with formal respect that felt worse than open hostility. He spent his days exploring the valley and his nights wondering what they would find when messengers returned. News came slowly from the wider world. Gandalf arrived in early autumn with urgent word that Bilbo had reached the Shire safely and passed the ring to his nephew Frodo. The wizard looked troubled and spoke in low tones with Elrond, and whatever they discussed was not shared with Gimli or his father. Something larger was unfolding, something that reached beyond a simple ring and touched the fate of all Middle-earth. More travelers arrived as autumn deepened. Men came from Gondor, led by Boromir, son of the steward, seeking counsel about dreams and portents. Legolas arrived from Mirkwood with news of Gollum's escape from his father's dungeons, the creature who had owned the ring before Bilbo found it. Rangers came and went carrying messages, and the last homely house filled with representatives from all the free peoples. Frodo, Baggins, arrived on October 20th with 3 other hobbits and Gandalf. Gimli saw him briefly at dinner and recognized Bilbo in his face, the same gentle bearing despite obvious exhaustion. The hobbit had been wounded somehow and looked worn beyond his years. He carried something that weighed on him invisibly, and Gimli understood without being told that this was the ring-bearer. Elrond called a council on October 25th. Representatives from every free people gathered in the morning under open sky, sitting in a circle while the sun climbed overhead. Gimli sat beside his father and watched elves and men and hobbits take their places. Legolas sat across from them, tall and golden-haired and utterly alien. Their eyes met briefly, and ancient grudges hung between them, unspoken but absolute. Elrond spoke first, his voice carrying weight accumulated over 3 ages of the world. He told the ring's full history from its forging in Mount Doom's fires to its finding in a goblin tunnel beneath the mountains. The tale was longer and darker than Gimli had known, stretching back to the Second Age when Sauron deceived the elven smiths and forged the one ring to rule all others. The ring had been cut from Sauron's hand by Isildur in the war that ended the Second Age. Victory had been absolute, but Isildur kept the ring instead of destroying it, and that choice doomed him. He died in the Gladden fields, and the ring was lost for 2,000 years until Gollum found it in the Anduin's darkness. The creature kept it for 5 centuries until Bilbo took it from him, and now it had come to Frodo through inheritance. Neither of them understood. Boromir spoke of Gondor's need of the ring as a weapon that could be used against Sauron. His voice was passionate and his logic seemed sound, but Gandalf and Elrond both warned against that path. The ring corrupted anyone who tried to wield it, turned good intentions to evil ends through subtle poison. It could not be used, only destroyed, and destruction required carrying it into Mordor itself to the fires where it was made. The impossibility of that task settled over the council like cold rain. Mordor was impregnable, and Sauron's power grew daily. 9 Nazgul hunted the ring-bearer, and armies beyond counting waited in the Black Land, walking into that darkness, carrying what Sauron wanted most. Seemed like suicide dressed as strategy, doomed before it started. Frodo stood then and volunteered. His voice was small but steady, and he said he would take the ring though he did not know the way. The council fell silent at that, hobbits volunteering for missions that terrified warriors. Gandalf looked proud and grieved both, and Elrond regarded Frodo with respect that had not been there before. Gimli stood immediately after. He declared that the ring must be destroyed, and dwarves would not shirk from that duty. His father's hand caught his arm briefly, but released it, and Glóin's face showed pride despite the fear underneath. Gimli had just volunteered for certain death, and they both knew it, but some things mattered more than survival. Others stood quickly after. Legolas pledged for the elves of Mirkwood, setting aside ancient isolation to join the quest. Aragorn pledged as Isildur's heir, accepting responsibility for his ancestors' failure. Boromir pledged for Gondor, despite his doubts about the ring's destruction. Sam Gamgee pledged to follow Frodo anywhere, and Elrond permitted it with obvious reluctance. The council debated through the afternoon about who should go and who should stay. 9 seemed the right number to balance the 9 Nazgul hunting them. The companions would be Gandalf for wisdom, Aragorn and Boromir for leadership and strength, Legolas for elf skill and sight, Gimli for dwarfcraft and courage, and for hobbits, including the ring-bearer himself. Merry and Pippin volunteered and were accepted despite their youth. Gimli looked across the circle at Legolas and felt the strangeness of what they had just done. Dwarf and elf would walk together into darkness, setting aside grudges older than kingdoms for a quest that would probably kill them both. The elf's face showed similar recognition, the understanding that tradition meant nothing when the world itself hung in balance. The Fellowship of the Ring was formed that day under autumn sun in Rivendell's valley. 9 companions pledged to see the ring destroyed or die trying, knowing death was far more likely than success. They would depart when preparations were complete, walking south through winter toward Mordor and Mount Doom. Gimli felt fear and purpose mixing in his chest, the certainty that he was finally doing something that mattered, balanced against knowledge that he would probably never see Erebor again. Glóin embraced him that evening in private, his father's arms strong and his voice breaking. He told Gimli to survive if possible and to die well if survival was not granted. He said he was proud, despite the fear, that Gimli honored their people by volunteering. They stood together in the twilight and did not speak of the likelihood they would never meet again, both knowing it and neither willing to give it voice. The fellowship departed Rivendell on the winter solstice, when the year turned darkest and coldest. 9 companions walked from Elrond's valley, carrying little except weapons and determination, leaving comfort behind for a road that offered nothing except hardship and probable death. Gimli shouldered his pack and followed Gandalf south, not looking back at his father, who stood watching from the gate. The parting was done, and looking back would not ease it. They travelled through lands growing wilder as civilization fell behind. The first days passed through country where farms dotted the hillsides and smoke rose from distant hearths. But the settled lands ended quickly, and wilderness opened before them. Empty country where few people lived, and danger walked freely. Gandalf led them along hidden paths that avoided the main roads, keeping the company concealed as much as possible from eyes that might be watching. Gimli learned his companions through those early days of travel. Gandalf was stern and distant, carrying knowledge that weighed on him visibly. Aragorn moved like a wolf through the wilderness, reading signs Gimli could not see and taking the lead when the terrain grew dangerous. Boromir was strong and confident, a warrior used to command and uncomfortable following others. The hobbits were cheerful despite everything, maintaining spirits that seemed impossible given what they faced. Legolas was different from any elf Gimli had imagined. He moved through the wilderness like he was part of it, stepping lightly where others struggled and seeing clearly in darkness that blinded everyone else. He needed little sleep and less food, and he sang sometimes in his own language when he thought no one was listening. The songs were beautiful and alien both, and Gimli found himself listening despite not wanting to. The dwarf and the elf walked near each other, but rarely spoke those first days. Ancient grudges hung between them, unexamined assumptions about the other's people that neither was ready to question. Gimli expected arrogance and found competence instead, and he did not know how to reconcile what he saw with what he had been taught to believe. Legolas seemed similarly uncertain, watching Gimli with curiosity that bordered on surprise. They reached Hollin in late December, when winter gripped the land completely. The empty country stretched for leagues in all directions, rolling hills covered in brown grass and scattered stones. Ancient ruins dotted the landscape, remnants of the kingdom of origin, where the rings of power had been forged in the Second Age. Gimli felt the age of those stones, and understood this land had seen glory before darkness claimed it. The weather turned bitter as they crossed Hollin toward the mountains. Wind came howling from the north, carrying sleet that stung exposed skin and made every step miserable. They traveled wrapped in cloaks and bent against the wind, making slow progress through conditions that worsened daily. The hobbits suffered worse, their small bodies losing heat quickly in the brutal cold. Gimli found himself walking beside Legolas on the 4th day in Hollin. Neither spoke at first, but the silence was less hostile than it had been. They were both warriors and both competent, and competence bred respect, even between enemies. When Legolas pointed out tracks in the snow that Gimli had missed, the dwarf acknowledged it with a nod rather than resentment. That evening they made camp in the ruins of an ancient watchtower. The walls provided some shelter from the wind, and they built a fire that burned low and smoky. Gimli took first watch with Legolas, both of them standing at the ruined walls, looking out over the dark land. The elf's eyes saw farther than Gimli's could, and he described what he observed without being asked. Gimli listened and realized the information was offered as partnership rather than superiority. The days that followed brought them closer without either acknowledging it openly. They stood watch together regularly, fought side by side when wolves attacked the camp one night, and moved through the wilderness with coordination that developed naturally. Gimli noticed Legolas was less arrogant than expected, more willing to listen and slower to dismiss dwarf opinions. Legolas seemed to notice similar things about Gimli, and the recognition hung unspoken between them. They reached the feet of Khazad-dûm in early January when the mountains loomed ahead, blocking their path south. The peak rose sharp and terrible against the sky, wrapped in clouds that promised storms. Snow covered everything, and the temperature dropped until breathing hurt. Gandalf stood, staring up at the mountain and discussing options with Aragorn in low tones that suggested disagreement. Gimli felt the mountain's weight pressing down even from this distance. Khazad-dûm was known as cruel, hostile to travelers, a peak that killed casually and without mercy. They would have to cross it or find another way south, and both options carried terrible risk. The Redhorn Gate was a high pass that might be choked with snow, and the alternative routes led through darkness that no one wanted to contemplate. Boromir argued for attempting the pass despite the weather. Winter would not break for months, and waiting meant delay they could not afford. The ring needed to be destroyed quickly before Sauron's search intensified, and every day spent sitting at the mountain's feet was a day wasted. His logic was sound, even if his confidence seemed misplaced. Gandalf reluctantly agreed to attempt the pass. They would climb as high as they could and turn back if conditions proved impossible. The decision was made, and the company prepared to ascend, gathering strength for the climb ahead. Gimli checked his axe in his pack, making sure everything was secured properly. Beside him, Legolas did the same, and their eyes met briefly with understanding that passed between warriors facing danger together. The friendship between them was barely beginning, fragile and unacknowledged and utterly unexpected. Dwarf and elf standing side by side against the mountain's threat, setting aside grievances older than kingdoms, because the present mattered more than the past. Gimli did not think about it consciously, but he felt it. The sense that something was changing between them, that the ancient hatreds might not be as inevitable as everyone believed. The mountain waited ahead, and the road led up into snow and storm, and they would climb it together whether tradition approved or not. They began the climb on the morning of January 11th, when the sky was clear and cold. The Redhorn Gate lay high above them, a notch in the mountain's shoulder, where the pass crossed over into the lands beyond. The path was steep and narrow, winding up through snow that grew deeper with every step. Gimli climbed steadily, his dwarf strength serving him well where the hobbits struggled. The weather held through the morning and into early afternoon. They made good progress despite the conditions, gaining altitude and covering ground that brought them closer to the pass. Legolas walked on top of the snow where others sank to their knees, his elven lightness making the climb seem effortless. Gimli envied that grace but respected it too, acknowledging silently that each people had their strengths. The storm came suddenly in mid-afternoon. Clouds rolled over the peaks like living things, and the wind rose from whisper to shriek in minutes. Snow began falling so thick it blinded them, and the temperature dropped until exposed skin went numb almost instantly. The path disappeared under fresh powder, and the world contracted to a few feet of visibility in any direction. Gandalf called a halt, and they huddled together against the wind. The wizard's face was grim, and he looked up at the mountain with recognition of something Gimli could not see. This was no natural storm, but deliberate malice, the mountain itself driving them back. Caradhras had earned its name and reputation through exactly this kind of cruelty, killing travelers with weather that appeared from nowhere and vanished just as quickly. They tried to push forward, but the storm intensified with every step. The wind screamed around them, carrying ice that cut like knives, and the cold sank deep into bones, despite every layer of clothing. The hobbits were suffering badly, their small bodies losing heat faster than they could generate it. Sam was carrying Frodo's weight, along with his own, and even Boromir's strength was flagging under the conditions. Aragorn shouted something about turning back, but the wind tore his words away. Gandalf gestured downward, and the meaning was clear enough. They could not go forward and staying where they were meant freezing to death. The only choice was retreat, admitting defeat and descending to try another route. The decision burned, but survival mattered more than pride. The descent was harder than the climb had been. They moved through snow that was waist-deep in places, breaking trail and helping the hobbits who could barely move. Gimli used his strength to forge path where needed, his broad shoulders useful for pushing through drifts. Legolas ranged ahead, looking for easier routes, and between them they guided the company down through the blinding storm. They reached the mountain's feet after dark, exhausted and half frozen. The storm eased as they descended, but the damage was done. They made camp in the ruins where they had stopped before, building fires high and huddling close for warmth. No one spoke much that night, all of them understanding they had been defeated by weather and mountain malice both. The council that followed was tense. Gandalf and Aragorn stood apart, discussing options in voices too low for others to hear. The argument was clear enough, even without words, visible in their postures and gestures. They had two choices remaining, and both were terrible. They could travel south around the mountains, adding weeks to their journey, or they could go under the mountains through Moria. Gimli's heart leaped at the mention of Moria, despite himself. The ancient kingdom called to him like it called to all dwarves, whispering promises of glory and beauty beyond imagining. But Balin's silence hung over that hope like a shadow. 29 years without word meant his friend was almost certainly dead. Meant Moria held horrors that had killed 40 dwarves without anyone escaping to carry warning. Gandalf opposed Moria, absolutely. His face was dark with knowledge he would not share, and he spoke of dangers in the deep places that made even wizards afraid. The Balrog might still walk those halls, or worse things that had no names. Taking the Fellowship into that darkness risked losing them all, and the ring with them. Aragorn argued reluctantly for Moria, despite the danger. The southern route would take too long, and the ring could not wait. The Nazgul were hunting them, and Sauron's net was tightening. Every day of delay increased the chance of discovery, and speed mattered more than safety now. Moria was terrible, but it was also direct. A path under the mountains that would save precious time. The decision fell finally to Frodo. He was the ring-bearer, and the quest was his burden, and the others would follow whatever choice he made. The hobbit looked small and scared and utterly out of his depth, but he chose Moria. The road south was too long and the weather too uncertain. They would risk the darkness beneath the mountains rather than freeze on top of them. Gimli felt hope and dread warring in his chest. He would see Khazad-dûm finally, would walk halls that Durin himself had carved in the First Age, but he would also learn what happened to Balin, would face whatever killed his friend in the darkness. The not knowing that had haunted him for decades was about to end, and he was not certain he wanted the answer. They broke camp at dawn and turned west toward the walls of Moria. The mountains loomed ahead, and somewhere in their roots the ancient kingdom waited. Gimli walked beside Legolas without speaking, both of them understanding they were heading into darkness that might kill them all. The elf's face showed concern but no fear, and Gimli tried to match that courage. They were warriors of the Fellowship, and fear could not be permitted to show, even when it was the only sensible response to what waited ahead. They reached the walls of Moria on January 13th after 2 days traveling west from Caradhras. The cliff face rose sheer and dark, hundreds of feet of stone carved by rivers in ages past. The Saranen had once flowed here, the gate stream that fed a clear lake before the doors, but the water was gone or diverted. In its place stretched a dark pool that looked wrong somehow, too still and too dark despite the pale sky overhead. Gandalf led them along the cliff, searching for the doors. The entrance was hidden by elf magic, invisible until certain conditions were met. They walked for an hour, seeing nothing but blank stone, until the wizard finally stopped and pointed. There, in the rock face, were doors carved with intricate designs, visible now where they had been hidden moments before. Gimli stared at the doors and felt his breath catch. The craftsmanship was beyond anything in Erebor, beyond anything he had ever seen. The designs showed the emblems of Durin and the tree of the High Elves both, symbols of the friendship that had existed between the peoples when these gates were made. The doors were elf work and dwarf work combined, beauty created through cooperation rather than competition. Gandalf stood before the doors, studying the inscriptions. The writing was in elf runes, and it gave instructions for opening. A riddle that required the right words spoken at the right time. The wizard tried various phrases and passwords, speaking in multiple languages, while the company waited. Nothing worked, and the doors remained sealed, beautiful and impenetrable. The dark pool behind them felt threatening, though Gimli could not say why. The water's surface was too smooth, without the small movements that natural water always showed. Something lived in that darkness, something that watched them with patience older than kingdoms. Boromir threw a stone into the pool experimentally, and ripples spread outward, but nothing else happened. Gandalf continued working on the riddle while afternoon faded toward evening. Gimli suggested various dwarf words related to friendship and entry, but none of them opened the doors. The wizard grew increasingly frustrated, and the company grew increasingly nervous. Standing exposed before these walls felt dangerous in ways Gimli could not articulate, like prey waiting for the predator to strike. Frodo solved the riddle finally through hobbit simplicity. The inscription said, "Speak, friend, and enter," and the password was simply the elvish word for friend. Gandalf spoke it, and the doors swung open silently, revealing darkness beyond that swallowed all light. The passage into Moria yawned before them, and cold air breathed out from the mountain's roots. The Watcher struck before they could enter. Tentacles erupted from the dark pool, huge and grasping, reaching for the hobbits with terrible speed. One caught Frodo's leg and dragged him toward the water, and Sam screamed as more tentacles rose dripping from the depths. The thing was massive and ancient, something that had lived in that pool for ages, waiting for prey to approach the doors. Boromir and Aragorn hacked at the tentacles, while Gimli buried his axe in the flesh nearest Frodo. The creature's hide was tough and rubbery, hard to cut through, and it did not seem to feel pain the way living things should. More tentacles rose from the water, and the thing pulled itself partially from the pool, a mass of writhing limbs and hunger without any visible body. Legolas's arrows struck true, sinking deep into tentacle flesh. The elf shot with inhuman speed, and every arrow found its mark. But there were too many limbs, and they kept coming. The Watcher dragged Frodo closer to the water despite everyone's efforts, and the hobbit's face showed terror beyond anything Gimli had seen. Gandalf's staff blazed with light, and the wizard shouted words that hurt to hear. The Watcher recoiled from that light and loosened its grip on Frodo, enough for Boromir to pull him free. The company ran for the doors while the creature thrashed in rage, tentacles smashing against the cliff face and sending rock chips flying like arrows. They plunged into Moria's darkness and heard the Watcher's final attack behind them. The creature's tentacles reached into the passage and tore at the doors, pulling them closed with strength that bent the ancient metal. The doors slammed shut, and the sound of breaking stone followed, the doorway collapsing as the Watcher destroyed it from outside. Rock fell in the passage behind them, and dust filled the air, and then silence settled absolute. Gimli stood in complete darkness, listening to his heart hammer. They were sealed inside Moria with no way back, the entrance destroyed, and tons of rock between them and the outside world. The only way out now was through, crossing under the mountains to the east gate on the far side. They would have to walk through Khazad-dûm's entire length with no chance of retreat if things went wrong. Gandalf lit his staff, and pale light pushed back the darkness. They stood in a passage carved from living rock, the workmanship perfect despite centuries of abandonment. The air smelled of dust and stone and something else underneath, something organic and wrong. No sound came from the depths ahead, except dripping water somewhere far away. The wizard led them forward into the mountain's roots. Each step took them deeper into darkness that had stood unbroken for 1,000 years. Gimli felt the weight of stone overhead, and the age of this place, felt the silence that spoke of death and desolation. Moria had been the greatest kingdom of his people, and now it was a tomb, and they were walking into its depths with no idea what waited there. The doors were gone behind them, and the road led only forward. Gimli gripped his axe and followed Gandalf's light into the deeps of time, following his friends into darkness that might kill them all. The quest demanded this risk, and they would take it, but every instinct screamed that they were walking into a trap with no escape. The mountain closed around them like a fist, and somewhere in the darkness ahead, Balin's fate waited to be discovered. They walked into darkness deeper than any night Gimli had known. Gandalf's staff provided the only light, a pale glow that pushed back the black for perhaps 20 feet in any direction. Beyond that circle was nothing, absolute darkness that swallowed sound and light both. The air was still and cold and tasted of dust that had settled undisturbed for centuries. The passage they followed was carved from living rock with precision that made Gimli's heart ache. Every surface was smooth and true, every angle exact, every detail perfect despite 1,000 years of abandonment. This was dwarf work at its finest, craft elevated to art through patience and skill beyond anything his generation possessed. His people had made this, and it had endured when kingdoms fell and ages turned. They descended through chambers that grew steadily larger. What began as a passage opened into halls, and the halls opened into vast spaces where Gandalf's light could not reach the ceiling. Gimli felt the emptiness around them, the sense of huge volumes of space extending in all directions. Moria had been built to house thousands of dwarves, and now it held only silence and the 9 of them walking through its corpse. Default text Gimli's hope had burned bright when they entered. Hope that Balin's company might have succeeded despite the silence. Perhaps they had established themselves deep in the mountain and simply could not send messengers back. Perhaps they lived and worked in Khazad-dûm's heart, rebuilding the ancient kingdom one hall at a time. The hope felt foolish even as he clung to it, but he could not let it go completely. The silence killed that hope slowly. They walked for hours and found nothing living, heard nothing except their own footsteps and breathing. The halls were empty of everything except dust and darkness. No forges burned in the deep places, and no hammers rang against anvils. The stillness was complete, and it spoke of death more clearly than any words could have. They stopped to rest in a hall where pillars rose like trees to support a ceiling lost in darkness overhead. Gandalf would not permit fires despite the cold, unwilling to advertise their presence to anything that might be watching. They ate cold food and drank from water skins, speaking in whispers that the vastness swallowed immediately. Gimli sat with his back against a pillar and felt the age of the stone, felt the weight of empty centuries pressing down. The march resumed after a few hours of fitful rest. They followed Gandalf through passages and chambers, climbing stairs and crossing bridges, moving always deeper into the mountain's heart. The wizard navigated with certainty despite centuries since his last visit, his memory holding details that would have confused anyone else. The path led down more than up, taking them into depths where the mountain's bones showed through. Gimli saw wonders that would have awed him in any other context. Great halls carved from single pieces of stone, their walls decorated with scenes from the First Age, bridges that spanned chasms so deep the bottom could not be seen, their arches perfect after millennia of bearing weight, columns carved to look like trees with branches spreading overhead, and ceilings worked to resemble the sky with stars picked out in crystal. His ancestors had built this, and it broke his heart to see it abandoned. The emptiness grew heavier as they progressed. This was not the emptiness of wilderness, where life simply had not taken hold. This was the emptiness of places where life had fled or been destroyed, where something terrible had happened that left only silence behind. Gimli felt it in the air and the stone both, the sense of wrongness that pervaded everything. They passed through what had been living quarters, chambers where dwarves had slept and eaten and raised families. The rooms were stripped bare of everything portable, but the architecture remained, showing how life had been organized. Gimli imagined these halls full of his people, children running and craftsmen working and warriors training. The ghosts of that lost life haunted every empty room. No bodies lay in the passages, and no signs of battle marked the walls. Whatever had happened here had either been cleaned up afterward or occurred somewhere specific rather than throughout the entire kingdom. The absence of evidence was somehow worse than finding carnage, leaving everything to imagination. Gimli pictured Balin's company reaching these halls and finding them empty, searching for survivors who no longer existed. The second day in Moria began with no visible sunrise. Time had no meaning in the darkness, and only Gandalf's estimation suggested when night ended and morning came. They ate and continued walking, following passages that led steadily deeper. The weight of stone overhead was immense now, miles of mountain between them and the sky. Gimli felt that weight without oppression. Understanding this was where dwarves belonged. But this particular darkness felt wrong even to him. Khazad-dûm had been built for life and light, for forge fires and lamp glow and the sounds of industry. The silence was unnatural, a violation of what this place was meant to be. His people had abandoned it, and that abandonment was the worst crime he could imagine, leaving beauty to rot in darkness rather than fighting to reclaim it. Hope was dead in him now, beaten down by hours of empty halls and perfect silence. Balin's company was gone, dead or fled, and Khazad-dûm remained a tomb. The dream of restoration had died in these passages, and his friend with it. Gimli walked through the deeps of time and mourned what his people had lost, mourned what they would probably never reclaim. The greatest kingdom of the dwarves was empty, and he walked through its corpse, following a wizard's light toward an uncertain destination. They would reach the chamber of Mizarble soon, Gandalf said. There they might find records that explained what happened, that gave answers to questions that had haunted Erebor for decades. Gimli both wanted and feared those answers. Not knowing had been terrible, but knowing might be worse, confirming fears that had grown through years of silence. The next day would bring truth, and he suspected truth would bring only grief, but there was no avoiding it now. The road led forward and only forward, and whatever waited ahead had to be faced. They found the chamber on the third morning in Moria's darkness. Gandalf led them through passages that grew narrower and more purposeful, heading toward something specific rather than wandering. A doorway appeared on the right, partially blocked by rubble but still passable. Light showed beyond it, actual daylight filtering through a shaft from the surface, and the wizard turned toward it with grim purpose. Gimli entered the chamber, and his heart stopped. A stone tomb stood in the center of the room, carved with runes that blazed clear in the shaft light. The inscription gave name and lineage and dates, and Gimli read them through tears that blurred his vision. Balin, son of Fundin, lord of Moria, had died here only 5 years ago. The tomb was recent and the death was confirmed, and the hope Gimli had carried despite everything died completely. He knelt beside the tomb and put his hand on the cold stone. Balin had been his father's dearest friend, one of Thorin's company, a dwarf who had walked into legend and deserved better than death in darkness. He had reached Moria and claimed it, had ruled here briefly as lord before something killed him. The dream had been real and the success had been real, but neither had lasted long enough to matter. The chamber held other evidence of recent habitation. Broken weapons lay scattered across the floor and dried blood stained the walls. A book rested on the tomb itself, a record of some kind left for whoever came after. Gandalf picked it up carefully and began reading while the others searched the room for anything useful. The book was a chronicle of Balin's colony, written in several hands as different scribes took turns recording events. The early entries were optimistic, describing the reclamation of the upper halls and the restoration of the old forges. Balin had brought dwarves back to Moria, and they had thrived initially, finding wealth and beauty exactly as legend promised. The ancient kingdom had been theirs again for a brief, shining moment. But the later entries grew darker as things went wrong. Orcs attacked from the eastern passages, and the colony fought them back with heavy losses. Something worse dwelt in the deeper levels, something the dwarves refused to name explicitly. The forges were abandoned, and the colony retreated into the upper halls, defending a shrinking perimeter against enemies that never stopped coming. Balin died in Dimril Dale, defending the approach to the east gate. An orc arrow took him while he stood watch beside the Mirrormere, and they brought his body back to this chamber for burial. Yin died attempting to escape westward with a small group, trying to reach the doors and bring word to Erebor. The attempt failed, and none of them survived the journey. The final entries were written in the last days of the siege. The remaining dwarves were trapped in this chamber with food and water running low. The drums had been beating in the deep for days, and something terrible was coming. They could hear its approach through the stone itself, could feel the mountain shaking with its footsteps. The last scribe wrote that the end was near, and they would die as dwarves should, with axes in hand and enemies piled before them. The final entry was barely legible, written in haste or fear or both. It described the orcs breaking into the chamber, described drums beating louder, described something massive approaching. Then the writing stopped mid-sentence and dried blood stained the page, and whoever had written those words had never finished them. The book told everything and explained nothing, confirming death without revealing what had killed them. Gimli listened to Gandalf read and felt grief settle over him like a physical weight. Balin had reclaimed Moria and held it for 5 years, had been lord of Khazad-dûm for a time that was real, even if it was brief. But the victory had been temporary, and the death had been inevitable, and 40 dwarves had died in darkness, defending a kingdom they could not keep. His father's friend was gone, and the dream was dead, and Moria remained a tomb despite all efforts to restore it. The drums began while Gandalf was still reading, distant at first, so faint they might have been imagination, but growing steadily louder. The sound came from deep below them and echoed through the halls, a rhythm that spoke of coordination and intent. Something was moving through the mountain toward them, something that had heard their presence and was coming to investigate. Gandalf closed the book and looked at the doorway with dread on his face. He said they needed to leave immediately, that staying in this chamber was suicide. But even as he spoke, the drums grew louder and new sounds joined them. The clatter of weapons and the grunting of orcs and the sound of many feet approaching through multiple passages. Boromir looked through the doorway and reported that orcs were coming from the east. Hundreds of them, judging by the sound, a full war party moving through the halls with purpose. Aragorn checked the western passage and found more approaching from that direction, cutting off their retreat. They were surrounded with no escape route, and the enemy was closing fast. The Fellowship barricaded the door with whatever they could move. Gimli helped drag Balin's tomb across the entrance, using his friend's resting place as a shield against the enemy that had killed him. The irony was bitter, but survival mattered more than propriety now. They wedged the door shut and prepared weapons, forming a defensive line in the chamber that had been Balin's tomb and would probably be theirs as well. The drums beat louder, and the orcs came howling up the passages. Gimli gripped his axe and stood ready, mourning and rage mixing in his chest until he could not separate them. Balin was dead, and Moria was lost, and the Fellowship was trapped, but he would make the enemy pay for every inch they took. The drums hammered like heartbeats, and the door shook with impacts, and the battle for the chamber of Mazarbel began. The orcs hit the barricaded door like a wave breaking against stone. The wood splintered and the tomb shifted despite its weight, and black-fletched arrows came through the gaps, seeking targets. Gimli stood ready with his axe, positioned where he could strike anything that forced entry. The fellowship formed a line behind the barricade and waited for the inevitable breach. The door gave way suddenly, and orcs poured through. They were small and vicious, armed with crude weapons and driven by numbers rather than skill. Gimli met the first ones with his axe and felt satisfaction as dwarf craft cut through armor and bone. Beside him, Aragorn fought with deadly precision, and Boromir's sword rose and fell in steady rhythm. The hobbits defended themselves with surprising competence, and Legolas shot from the rear, every arrow finding an orc throat. Something larger forced its way through the doorway. A cave troll ducked under the lintel, massive and powerful, armored in thick hide that turned most weapons. It carried a huge hammer and swung it with force that could crush stone, and the fellowship scattered to avoid being pulped. The chamber was too small for effective maneuvering, and the troll's reach gave it terrible advantage. Frodo went down when the troll's hammer caught his side. He fell hard and did not move, and Sam screamed his name while fighting toward him. Aragorn and Boromir attacked the troll from both sides, trying to draw its attention while Gimli went for its legs. Legolas put 3 arrows into the creature's throat, and it finally fell, thrashing in its death throes and crushing 2 orcs before going still. Gandalf dragged Frodo to his feet. The hobbit was alive, despite the blow, protected by the mithril shirt Bilbo had given him. They could not stay to marvel at that survival, because more orcs were coming, the sound of their approach echoing through the eastern passages. The wizard ordered immediate retreat, and the fellowship ran, leaving Balin's tomb behind, with orcs swarming round it. They fled west through passages Gandalf chose with desperate speed. The orcs pursued in howling masses, filling the halls behind them with noise and malice. The company ran through chambers and across bridges, taking stairs 3 at a time and racing through darkness barely penetrated by Gandalf's light. The pursuit never fell behind, and reinforcements kept joining it. Orcs appearing from side passages to cut off potential escape routes. The drums followed them through the mountain. The sound came from deep below, louder than before, and the rhythm had changed to something that spoke of awakening. Something vast was rising from Moria's roots, something the drums were calling or announcing. Gandalf's face showed terror, and he drove them faster, practically dragging the hobbits when they stumbled. They reached a vast hall where a narrow bridge spanned a chasm of unknown depth. The bridge of Khazad-dûm was ancient dwarf work, a single arch of stone spanning perhaps 50 feet without visible support. Below it was darkness absolute, and heat rose from the depths, suggesting fires far below. The bridge was the only way across, and the orcs were seconds behind them. The fellowship ran onto the bridge, and the temperature spiked suddenly. Fire erupted from the chasm ahead, and something climbed from the depths. Something huge and terrible that made the orcs' pursuit halt immediately. The creature was shadow and flame both, man-shaped but larger than houses, wrapped in fire that did not consume it. Wings of shadow spread from its back, and a whip of flame coiled in one massive hand. Gimli knew what it was, without needing to be told. The Balrog of Moria, the terror that had driven his people out 1,000 years ago, the ancient demon that had killed Balin's company and kept Khazad-dûm as its domain, the thing that the final scribe had felt approaching through the stone, that had ended the chronicle with blood and fire. It stood before them now, and there was no path except through it or death. Gandalf ordered them across the bridge and turned to face the Balrog alone. He stood at the bridge's center with his staff raised and power gathered around him, bright against the darkness. The wizard's voice rang out in challenge, and the Balrog answered with fire, and the two powers met on the narrow span. The company hesitated at the bridge's far end, torn between fleeing and staying to help. But Gandalf's voice came again, commanding rather than requesting, and they understood he was holding the bridge so they could escape. Aragorn physically dragged Frodo backward, and the others followed reluctantly, watching as wizard and demon fought with forces that made the stone shake. Gandalf brought his staff down on the bridge, and the stone cracked. The Balrog stepped forward anyway, and the bridge gave way beneath its weight, stone falling into the chasm in pieces. The demon fell, and its whip lashed upward in final malice, catching Gandalf's ankle and dragging him over the edge. The wizard fell without sound and disappeared into the darkness, and the company stood frozen in horror. Aragorn pulled them from their shock and drove them forward. Gandalf was gone, and standing paralyzed would not bring him back. They ran through passages blinded by tears and grief, hearing orcs taking up the pursuit again now that the Balrog had fallen. The eastern gate was somewhere ahead, and they had to reach it, had to get out of this cursed mountain before the enemy caught them. They burst from the east gate into sunlight that felt like knives after days in darkness. The Dimral Dale spread before them, and mountains rose all around, and the air was clear and cold and free of the death stench that filled Moria. Gimli fell to his knees in the grass and wept. For Gandalf and Balin both, for the loss of the wizard who had led them, and the friend who had died trying to reclaim his kingdom. The fellowship stood in the sunlight and mourned their fallen. They had crossed under the mountains and survived Moria's horrors, but the cost was devastating. Gandalf was gone, and their guide with him, and they stood in unknown country, with orcs surely coming behind them, and Mordor still far ahead. Gimli looked back at the dark doorway and felt only grief. Grief for everything lost in those cursed halls, and everything they would never reclaim. They fled the east gate with grief raw and fresh, running down into Dimral Dale before orcs could pour from the mountain behind them. Aragorn led them south at a punishing pace, putting distance between the company and Moria's darkness. Gimli ran with tears still wet on his face, his chest aching with loss for Gandalf and Balin both. The wizard had led them and saved them and died for them, and the debt could never be repaid. The Mirror lay in the valley below, a dark lake that reflected the mountain peaks perfectly. Gimli saw it as they passed and remembered Balin had died here defending the approach to Moria, cut down by an orc arrow while standing watch. The place was twice cursed now, marked by the deaths of dwarves who deserved better than to fall in this empty valley. They did not stop at the water, and Gimli was grateful for that small mercy. Aragorn drove them south, toward the forest of Lorien. The border was close, and they needed its shelter, needed to be concealed from eyes that might be watching. The country between the mountains and the forest was open and exposed, dangerous ground to cross, with enemies hunting them. They moved as quickly as the hobbits could manage, and reached the forest's edge 2 days after escaping Moria. The trees of Lothlorien were different from any Gimli had seen. Golden leaves hung on silver bark despite winter's grip, and the air beneath the branches felt warmer than it should. Magic hung thick here, elf magic that preserved and protected, and Gimli felt his people's ancient grudges stirring. He had learned to respect Legolas during their journey, but respect for one elf did not change centuries of mutual hatred. The border guards found them within hours of entering the forest. Elves appeared from the trees without warning, bows drawn and arrows aimed at the company. They spoke in their own language first, then switched to Westron when Aragorn answered. Their leader was named Halder, and he regarded the fellowship with suspicion, particularly Gimli, whose presence in the protected forest clearly troubled him. Halder said the Lady Galadriel would permit them to pass, but only if they agreed to be blindfolded. Loren's paths were secret and could not be revealed to outsiders, especially dwarves, who might carry word back to enemies. Gimli refused immediately, his pride stung by the implication that he could not be trusted. The argument was brief and bitter, and Aragorn finally suggested all the company be blindfolded if Gimli must be. The elf agreed reluctantly to this compromise. They walked 3 days through the forest with sight denied. Gimli stumbled along, guided by Legolas's hand, hating every moment of the helplessness. The elves led them by hidden paths that wound through the trees, crossing streams and climbing hills that Gimli could not see. His pride burned at being led blind through elflands, at being treated like a potential spy when he had risked everything alongside the Fellowship. The blindfolds came off when they reached Khazad-dûm. Gimli looked up and felt his anger die stillborn in his chest. The city rose in the trees themselves, platforms and buildings woven into branches that soared overhead. Lights glowed soft and golden everywhere, and beauty hung in the air like music. This was craft beyond anything his people had achieved, beyond anything he had imagined possible. The elves had made wonder from living wood, and it stole his breath completely. Galadriel received them that evening in her hall among the trees. She was ancient beyond measure, one of the high elves who had seen the light of Valinor before the world broke. Power radiated from her like heat from forge fire, and her eyes saw through surface to truth beneath. Gimli looked at her and understood why the elves had endured when kingdoms fell. What strength sustained them through the long ages. She spoke to each member of the fellowship individually, words that carried weight beyond their sound. When she turned to Gimli, her gaze pierced him completely, reading everything he tried to hide. She spoke of Khazad-dûm and Balin's death, of the grief he carried and the pride that both sustained and trapped him. Her voice held neither contempt nor pity, only understanding that made his defenses crumble. Gimli found himself telling her things he had not spoken aloud. He described his father's face when Balin left, the decades of not knowing, the hope that died in the chamber of Marbel. He spoke of his frustration at being left behind from Balin's quest, of spending his life making beautiful things in safety while others walked into legend. She listened without judgment, and her presence eased something in him that had been knotted tight for years. The days that followed passed in a haze of healing and wonder. Lothlorien existed outside normal time somehow. Days stretching longer than they should, and grief growing distant without disappearing completely. Gimli walked the forest paths and saw beauty in every leaf and branch, saw craft that rivaled his people's stonework in complexity and grace. The elves were still arrogant, but their arrogance was earned, and he found himself respecting them despite centuries of teaching him otherwise. He spoke with Galadriel again before the fellowship departed. She asked what gift he would take from Lothlorien, as memory and token both. Gimli said nothing of gold or jewels would match what he had already received, that seeing her and this place had been gift enough. But if she insisted on giving something tangible, he asked for a single strand of her hair as treasure beyond price. Galadriel laughed at that, and the sound was like bells. She told him that Feanor himself had asked 3 times for her hair and been refused each time, that the greatest elf craftsman in history had coveted what Gimli now requested. Then she reached up and plucked 3 golden hairs from her head, giving them freely where she had denied the mightiest of her people. The gift was weighted with meaning beyond the physical strands, acknowledgement that something had changed between their peoples. Gimli took the hairs and felt his throat close with emotion. He pledged them to beauty, to creating something worthy of their source, if his hands were skilled enough. This dwarf would honor the Lady of Light through craft, would make something that showed what could exist between peoples when pride was set aside. The old grudges seemed small, suddenly, petty compared to what he had witnessed in this golden wood. The fellowship prepared to depart on February 16th, after nearly a month in Lothlorien shelter. They had healed as much as time allowed and gathered strength for the road ahead. Gimli left the forest, changed in ways he was still discovering, carrying grief and hope both in equal measure. His heart had been opened to beauty he never expected to find, and the 3 golden hairs rested against his chest as proof that even ancient hatreds could end when the right moment came. The fellowship left Lothlorien on boats provided by the elves, grey vessels that sat light on the water and moved with barely a ripple. Galadriel gave gifts to each companion before they departed, items of craft and power chosen specifically for the trials ahead. Gimli carried his 3 golden hairs wrapped carefully in cloth, treasure beyond anything his people had hoarded. The boats pushed away from the forest's shore, and the current caught them, bearing them south into country that grew wilder with every mile. The Anduin ran broad and strong between its banks, flowing south toward the sea through lands where few people lived. Hills rose on either side, and the water moved swiftly enough that paddling was barely necessary. They travelled in 3 boats, with pairs assigned by Aragorn based on weight and skill. Gimli found himself sharing with Legolas, and the pairing no longer felt like burden or insult. The journey down the river was beautiful despite the danger. The water reflected sky and clouds, and birds flew overhead in formations that changed shape constantly. The shores were green with new growth, and trees leaned out over the current, their branches trailing in the flow. Spring was coming, despite winter's lingering grip, and the world felt alive in ways Moria's darkness had made Gimli forget was possible. He and Legolas shared watch through the nights, taking turns steering while the other rested. The elf needed little sleep, and could see clearly in darkness, but he let Gimli take equal shifts anyway. They spoke sometimes in those quiet hours, conversations that came easier when eyes were on the water rather than each other. Legolas described what his elf sight revealed in the darkness, and Gimli talked about stonecraft and forge work, and neither mocked what the other valued. The friendship between them was growing in ways Gimli had not expected or intended. He caught himself seeking Legolas's company during rest stops, found himself watching how the elf moved and fought with appreciation rather than resentment. The ancient grudges his people carried felt increasingly hollow when measured against the reality of this particular elf who had fought beside him in Moria and saved his life more than once. But darkness was growing in the fellowship despite the river's beauty. Boromir grew increasingly troubled, arguing at every stop that they should turn toward Minas Tirith, rather than continuing to Mordor. His logic made sense on the surface, but desperation underlay his words, a need that went beyond military strategy. The ring was corrupting him slowly, whispering promises of power that could save Gondor if he could just claim it. Frodo bore the weight of that corruption most heavily. The ring-bearer looked exhausted despite Lothlorien's rest, worn down by the burden he carried and the constant whisper of the ring's voice. He spoke less as the days passed and withdrew into himself, and Sam watched him with worry that deepened hourly. Something was coming to a head, and everyone felt it, tension building like pressure before a storm breaks. Aragorn navigated them past the rapids of Sarn-Gabir, through careful steering and strength. The water ran white and violent through that stretch, and one wrong move would have capsized the boats and drowned them all. They portaged around the worst sections, carrying the boats overland through country that felt increasingly hostile. Eyes watched them from the eastern shore where Mordor's influence reached across the river, and arrows fell near them once from unseen archers. The journey grew grimmer as they approached their decision point. Armonhen loomed ahead on the western shore, the hill of sight where they would have to choose their path. They could continue south toward Gondor, or turn east toward Mordor, and the choice would likely split the fellowship permanently. Every member carried different opinions about the right course, and agreement seemed impossible. Gimli watched Frodo during those final days and saw the hobbit's struggle written clearly. The ring was pulling him toward Mordor against all reason, calling to the place of its making with voice that grew louder as they drew nearer. But Frodo's will was still his own, and he fought that call constantly, resisting what should have been irresistible. The courage required for that resistance was beyond anything Gimli had witnessed. Small folk bearing burdens that would have broken warriors. They made camp on the western shore below Amon-Hen on February 25th. The night passed uneasily, with everyone feeling the wrongness without being able to name it. Boromir was restless, and Frodo barely slept, and the others took turns at watch, seeing nothing but feeling watched regardless. Morning came grey and cold, and Aragorn announced they would rest here through the day before making their final decision. The fellowship scattered through the morning doing small tasks and avoiding the conversation that needed to happen. Gimli sharpened his axe and checked his gear, keeping his hands busy while his mind churned. He did not want to go to Gondor, but he did not want to go to Mordor either, and he suspected neither choice would keep them all together. Something was breaking, and he could feel it coming, inevitable as sunrise. Legolas sat beside him without speaking. Both of them understanding words were inadequate for what they felt. They had walked together from Rivendell, through Moria's darkness and Lothlorien's light, had fought side by side and saved each other's lives. The bond between them was real and deep, and it would endure whatever came next. Gimli knew that with certainty, even as he felt the fellowship fracturing around them. The river flowed past, carrying waters south toward the sea, indifferent to the choices being made on its banks. The last days of the fellowship together were ending, and the breaking was beginning, and nothing could stop what was coming. Gimli sat with his elf friend in the grey morning and waited for whatever would come next, knowing only that the road ahead led into darkness and death waited at its end for most of them. The morning of February 26th began with Frodo's absence. He had gone walking alone before dawn, and no one thought much of it initially. The ring-bearer often sought solitude when the burden grew too heavy, and Aragorn had granted him space for thinking about the choice ahead. But the hours passed, and Frodo did not return, and unease crept through the camp like cold fog. Boromir was also missing. The Gondorian had left shortly after Frodo, walking in the same direction toward the ruins on Amon Hen. Gimli felt dread settle in his stomach without knowing why. Something was wrong in a way that went beyond simple absence, and the feeling intensified as more time passed without either man returning. Boromir came back alone near midday. His face was stricken and his hands shook, and he spoke in broken phrases about Frodo fleeing from him. The story came out in pieces through his shame and horror. He had tried to take the ring, had argued and then demanded that Frodo give it to him for Gondor's sake. The hobbit had refused, and Boromir's need had turned to violence, and Frodo had used the ring to escape. The Gondorian had come to his senses too late, understanding what he had done only after the damage was complete. The Fellowship scattered immediately to search. Aragorn sent them in pairs, calling Frodo's name, desperate to find the ring-bearer before something worse happened. Gimli ran with Legolas through the ruins and the woods beyond, shouting until his throat was raw. But Frodo had vanished completely, and the ring's power hid him from even elf sight. The orc attack came suddenly from the eastern woods. Hundreds of them poured through the trees. Uruk-hai from Isengard mixed with smaller orcs from Mordor, both forces hunting the ring, but willing to kill whoever they found. The Fellowship's members were scattered through the woods and could not regroup quickly enough. Gimli heard the horn of Gondor sounding desperately from the direction Boromir had gone, and he ran toward that call with his axe ready. He reached the clearing to find Boromir down and orcs swarming. The Gondorian was riddled with arrows, but still fighting, defending Merry and Pippin with his last strength. Gimli and Legolas crashed into the orcs from the side, cutting through them with fury born of desperation. Aragorn arrived moments later, and between them they cleared the immediate area, but it was already too late. Boromir died with Aragorn holding him, his apology unfinished and his face showing peace despite the pain. He had tried to take the ring and then died defending hobbits, redeeming himself through sacrifice that came too late to matter. The orcs had taken Merry and Pippin alive, carrying them east toward Isengard, and the horn that should have brought help had only brought witnesses to failure. They found Sam near the shore by the boats. The loyal hobbit had followed Frodo somehow, guessing his master's intention to continue alone and refusing to be left behind. The two of them had crossed the river and were gone, heading east toward Mordor without the Fellowship's protection. Sam had made the choice to follow, and Frodo had accepted it, and the two hobbits were walking into darkness, carrying the world's fate between them. Gimli stood on the shore and understood the Fellowship was broken beyond repair. Gandalf was dead, and Boromir was dead. Frodo and Sam were gone east. Merry and Pippin were captured and being carried northeast. The 9 companions who had left Rivendell together would never be 9 again. The quest had shattered into pieces, and each piece had to find its own way forward. Aragorn made the decision that shaped what came after. They could not pursue Frodo because he had chosen his path deliberately, and following him would only draw the enemy's attention. But Merry and Pippin were captives and might still be saved, and abandoning them was not something any of them could stomach. The three of them would pursue the orcs and rescue the hobbits if rescue was possible, knowing it meant abandoning the ring-bearer to his fate. They gave Boromir to the river in one of the grey boats from Lothlorien. His body lay with his weapons, and the boat drifted downstream, carrying him toward the sea, a warrior of Gondor going home in death. Gimli watched it disappear round the bend and felt the wrongness of everything. This was not how quests were supposed to end, with death and separation and choices that all seemed wrong. The three hunters gathered what supplies they could carry and left the other boats pulled ashore. Legolas tracked the orc trail east from where the attack had occurred, finding the path easily despite the company's attempts to obscure it. Hundreds of orcs had passed this way, carrying two hobbits, moving fast toward some destination known only to them. The trail was hours old already, and every moment of delay meant the captives got farther away. They ran east into the afternoon, leaving Amunhen behind. The Fellowship of the Ring was finished, and something new had begun, something smaller and more desperate. Gimli ran with his axe across his back and grief fresh in his chest, running toward enemies he could fight, because the alternative was standing paralyzed by all they had lost. Legolas ran beside him and Aragorn ahead, and the three of them were bound together now in pursuit of a goal that might be impossible but had to be attempted regardless. The sun set behind them as they ran, and the path led into darkness that matched what Gimli felt inside. Everything had gone wrong and the quest was broken. But he was still alive, and his friends needed him, and the running kept grief at bay. The road stretched ahead into unknown country and terrible odds, and all he could do was follow it wherever it led. The three hunters ran through the night without stopping. Legolas read the trail in darkness that blinded the others, following signs invisible to mortal eyes. Hundreds of orc feet had torn the grass and broken branches in their haste, leaving a path clear enough that even Gimli could have followed it by daylight. The company moved northeast at a pace that would have killed ordinary men within hours, driven by desperation and the knowledge that every moment mattered. Gimli's legs burned by midnight, but he did not slow. Dwarves were built for endurance rather than speed, and running was not what his people did best. But he had trained for decades, and his will was iron, and he would die before admitting he could not keep pace. Aragorn set a brutal speed, and Legolas moved like wind over grass. And Gimli ran between them with his teeth gritted and his breath coming hard. They crossed into Rohan before dawn on the second day. The land changed character subtly, becoming more open and rolling, grass stretching for leagues in all directions. This was horse country, and the Rohirrim who lived here were famed for their riding. The three hunters had no horses and no time to acquire them, and they ran on foot across plains meant for hooves. The orc trail was clear in the grass. The creatures had run through the night just as the hunters did, but they were slowing now as daylight approached. Orcs hated the sun and moved poorly in its light, and the Uruk-hai who could tolerate day were being slowed by their smaller cousins. The gap was closing, but not quickly enough, and the hunters drove themselves harder. Aragorn found signs that heartened them slightly. The orcs were quarreling among themselves, different factions wanting different things. Some bore Isengard's mark and were heading northwest towards Saruman's fortress, while others served Mordor and wanted to turn east toward their master. The disagreement was slowing them and causing scattered fighting. And once the hunters found an orc corpse that had been killed by its own kind, they rested briefly in the afternoon when even Aragorn could not continue without pause. Gimli collapsed in the grass and his whole body screamed protest at what he was demanding of it. His legs were lead and his lungs burned and blisters covered his feet despite his boots. But Merry and Pippin were ahead and suffering things he would not let himself imagine, and pain was meaningless compared to that knowledge. Legolas scouted ahead while the others rested. The elf returned within an hour, reporting the trail continued northeast without deviation. The orcs were perhaps 6 hours ahead now, close enough that hope was warranted, but far enough that disaster remained likely. They ate cold food from their packs and drank from water bottles that were running low, and then they rose and ran again. The second night passed in a haze of exhaustion and determination. Gimli ran mechanically, one foot in front of the other, his mind gone somewhere else to escape the body's protests. He thought of Merry and Pippin's courage at the council when they volunteered, despite being children by their people's reckoning. He thought of their cheerfulness through the journey and their loyalty to Frodo. He ran toward them because the alternative was unthinkable. Dawn on the third day showed them the plains stretching endlessly ahead. The grass was new green with spring's touch, and the sky was clear, and the land was empty of everything except wind. Rohan felt huge and ancient and utterly indifferent to their desperate pursuit. The orcs were moving faster now, despite daylight, driven by their leaders towards some goal that could not wait. They encountered the first real evidence of battle near midday. Dead orcs lay scattered through the grass, cut down by mounted warriors. The bodies were still warm, and the tracks showed that Rohirrim had attacked the orc company within the last few hours. Aragorn read the signs and reported that the orcs had been destroyed almost entirely, but some had escaped into Fangorn Forest just ahead. The forest loomed dark on the horizon, a wall of trees that looked unwelcoming even from distance. Fangorn was old and dangerous, a place where trees were said to be aware and hostile. The orc trail led straight toward it and disappeared into its shadow. And somewhere in that darkness, Merry and Pippin might still be alive. The hunters reached Fangorn's edge as the sun climbed toward noon on February 29th. 3 days of running without real rest had brought them to the forest's threshold. Gimli's body was destroyed and his spirit was iron, and he would walk into that darkness without hesitation because the hobbits needed him. Legolas stood tall and Aragorn grim, and together they turned toward the trees where the trail ended and the real search would begin. The forest edge was sharp as a knife cut, where the grassland ended and the trees began. Fangorn rose, dark and ancient, its branches twisted and reaching, and the air beneath them felt different somehow. Gimli stood at that threshold and felt unease crawling up his spine. This was not a place that welcomed outsiders, and entering it felt like trespassing in a tomb where the dead might wake. The orc trail disappeared within yards of the forest's edge. The tracks that had been clear for 3 days of running vanished on ground that showed no sign of anything passing. Aragorn searched desperately for some indication of direction, but found nothing. And even Legolas's elf sight could not penetrate the strange darkness between the trees. The hobbits had been carried this way, but where they went afterward was hidden completely. They spread out to search the forest's border, looking for any sign that would tell them which direction to go. The work was slow and frustrating and hopeless, examining ground that refused to yield information. Hours passed with nothing found, and Gimli felt panic building in his chest. They had run for 3 days straight and reached this forest only to lose the trail completely. And Merry and Pippin were somewhere in that darkness, or already dead. The Rohirrim appeared in early afternoon, a mounted company riding from the north at speed. They were warriors in mail and helm, carrying spears and shields marked with white horses. Their leader was tall and grim-faced, and he brought his riders to a halt when he saw 3 strangers at the forest's edge. Suspicion was clear in his posture, and his hand rested on his sword hilt. Aragorn spoke first, identifying himself and explaining their pursuit. The Rohirrim leader was named Eomer, nephew to King Theoden, and he listened with increasing surprise to the tale of orcs and captured hobbits. His company had destroyed the orc band the previous night, putting every creature to sword and burning the bodies before dawn. He described the battle and the slaughter, and he was certain no orc had escaped alive. Gimli felt his heart sink at those words. If the orcs were all dead, then the hobbits were likely dead with them, killed in the fighting or executed before the battle. 3 days of desperate running had been for nothing, and Merry and Pippin were gone beyond recovery. The grief was crushing and immediate, and he stood in the grass feeling everything drain out of him. But Aragorn pressed for details, and Eomer admitted they had not found hobbit bodies among the dead. The Rohirrim had counted corpses and burned them all, and there had been no small folk among the slain. Either the hobbits had escaped into Fangorn, or been taken by something the Rohirrim had not seen, but they were not among the confirmed dead. The news revived hope that Gimli had thought was finished. The hobbits might be alive in the forest, might have escaped during the battle's chaos. Finding them would be nearly impossible in Fangorn's vastness, but impossible was better than certainly dead. Eomer warned them against entering the forest, speaking of old trees that woke and walked, of dangers no sword could fight. But warnings meant nothing measured against the chance the hobbits lived. The Rohirrim rode away south toward Edoras, after lending them to horses. Eomer was breaking his king's law by helping strangers, but he did it anyway, moved by something he saw in Aragorn's face. The 3 hunters turned toward Fangorn with renewed purpose and entered the forest properly, pushing past the edge into shadow that swallowed the daylight completely. The trees closed around them immediately. The forest felt alive in ways normal woods did not, aware and watchful and utterly alien. The air was still and the silence was oppressive, broken only by their footsteps on the forest floor. Legolas spoke in wonder about the tree's age, about consciousness that predated kingdoms. Gimli felt only unease that deepened with every step. They searched through the afternoon without finding any sign. The forest was vast and trackless, and looking for 2 hobbits in this darkness seemed futile. But they called out names anyway and examined the ground for any indication of passage. The work was desperate and probably useless, but doing nothing was worse, and hope was all they had left to sustain them. The old man appeared near dusk without warning. One moment the path ahead was empty, and the next he stood there, wrapped in grey robes and leaning on a staff. Gimli raised his axe reflexively, thinking this was Saruman come from Isengard to finish what his orcs had started. Aragorn called a warning, and Legolas drew an arrow, and they moved to attack before the wizard could strike first. Light blazed from the staff, and their weapons fell from suddenly nerveless hands. The old man laughed at their confusion, and the sound was familiar in ways that made Gimli's heart leap. The grey robes fell away, and white shone beneath, and the face that had been hidden revealed itself. Gandalf stood before them, changed but unmistakably alive, returned from death with power that burned brighter than before. The joy was overwhelming and immediate. Gimli rushed forward and would have embraced the wizard if not for the light surrounding him. Gandalf the Grey had fallen in Moria, and everyone had mourned him dead. But here he stood, as Gandalf the White, sent back to finish what he had started. The impossibility of it did not matter, because he was real and present, and the Fellowship had not lost him after all. Gandalf explained briefly what had happened. He had fought the Balrog through fire and water, had killed it on the mountain's peak, and died himself from the effort. But he had been sent back by powers greater than death, returned to Middle-earth with his task incomplete. He was changed and stronger, no longer grey but white, invested with authority to stand against Saruman's corruption. The news about the hobbits came quickly after. Merry and Pippin were alive and safe, hidden in the forest with creatures called Ents, who were shepherds of the trees. The hobbits had escaped during the Rohirrim attack and fled into Fangorn, and the forest itself had protected them. They could not be retrieved immediately, but they were in no danger, and larger matters needed attention first. Gimli stood in Fangorn's shadow and felt hope rekindled properly for the first time since the breaking. Gandalf was returned, and the hobbits were safe, and the quest was not finished despite all the death and failure. The road ahead was still dark, and the odds were still terrible, but they had their guide back, and that changed everything. The wizard's light pushed back the forest's gloom, and Gimli followed it gladly into whatever came next. Gandalf led them from Fangorn on the horses Éomer had given, riding hard toward Edoras, where Rohan's king held court. The wizard was changed in more than colour, moving with purpose and authority that had not been there before. He explained as they rode that Theoden was failing, corrupted by lies from a counsellor who served Saruman. The king needed to be freed from that influence before the coming war, and Gandalf would break the spell or die trying. They reached Edoras on March 2nd when the sun was high overhead. The city stood on a hill rising from the plains. Its buildings clustered around the great hall called Meduseld. The golden hall's roof gleamed in the light despite years of neglect, and banners hung limp from poles that should have shown Rohan's pride. Everything looked diminished somehow, a kingdom sliding slowly toward ruin without anyone noticing the decay. The guards at the gate challenged them with suspicion and fear both. Strangers were unwelcome in Edoras, and weapons were forbidden in the king's presence. And the captain of the guard spoke with Wormtang's authority rather than his own judgment. Gandalf argued briefly and then simply pushed past, his power making resistance impossible. The guards fell back, and the company climbed toward Meduseld with armed men following nervously behind. The hall was dark inside despite the hour. Smoke hung in the rafters, and the air smelled of sickness and rot. Theoden sat slumped on his throne, looking decades older than his years, his face slack and his eyes unfocused. Beside him stood Grima Wormtongue, pale and oily, whispering constantly in the king's ear. The councillor's face showed alarm when Gandalf entered, and he spoke quickly about laws and customs and proper respect for authority. Gandalf ignored him completely and advanced on the throne. The wizard's staff blazed with light, and his voice rang through the hall with power that made the rafters shake. He named Wormtongue for what he was, Saruman's creature sent to weaken Rohan from within. The councillor protested and tried to flee, but the guards caught him, and Éomer's arrival moments later confirmed everything Gandalf accused. The wizard turned his full attention to Theoden, and the king writhed under that gaze. Gandalf spoke words in languages Gimli did not recognize, and the power he commanded burned away the fog that clouded Theoden's mind. The king's face changed as the spell broke, youth returning to features that had been prematurely aged. His back straightened and his eyes cleared, and when he spoke, his voice was strong for the first time in years. Theoden looked around his hall and saw clearly what had been done. His kingdom had been allowed to rot while he sat paralyzed by Wormtongue's poison. His son, Theodred, was dead, killed in battle while his father did nothing. His niece and nephew were orphaned and his people were suffering, and he had failed them all through weakness. The shame and rage in his face were terrible to witness. But Gandalf gave him no time for self-recrimination. War was coming, and Rohan needed its king functional immediately. Saruman had built an army at Isengard, and that army was marching now, 10,000 strong and aimed at Rohan's heart. The Westfold was already burning, and refugees were fleeing toward whatever shelter they could find. Theoden had been broken, but he was restored now, and his people needed him to lead them through the darkness ahead. The king took up his sword, and the years fell away completely. He was still old by human reckoning, but his strength had returned, and the warrior he had been in his youth showed through the aged flesh. He called for his armor and his horse, ordered messengers sent to gather what forces could be mustered. Rohan would fight because surrender was not in their nature, and Theoden would lead them personally no matter the cost. The decision was made to retreat to Helm's Deep rather than defend Erebor. The fortress was ancient and strong, built into the mountains where cavalry could not be used against them. It would hold against greater numbers if the defenders had courage, and Theoden's people would have time to reach it before Saruman's army caught them. The retreat began immediately with orders sent to evacuate the city and gather at the stronghold. Gimli stood in that hall and made his own choice without hesitation. The fellowship was scattered and the quest was broken, but Rohan's fight was his fight now. These people were allies, and they faced evil that served the same master as Mordor's darkness. He would stand with them at Helm's Deep and fight whatever came, would help defend the fortress with his axe and his blood if necessary. Theoden accepted the offer with gratitude that showed in his weathered face. Dwarves and elves were legends to the Rohirrim, peoples they knew from old songs but rarely encountered. Having both stand with them in their hour of need was gift beyond measure, and the king acknowledged it properly. Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli would ride to Helm's Deep with Rohan's warriors, would fight beside them when Saruman's army came howling from the north. The preparations moved swiftly through the afternoon and evening. Erebor was stripped of everything valuable, and the people were sent towards safety. Warriors gathered what weapons could be found, and farmers were given spears and told to use them. Every man and boy who could fight would be needed, and even that might not be enough against the numbers Saruman commanded. Gimli checked his axe and his armor, making sure everything was ready for the battle ahead. He had fought in Moria and survived, had killed orcs and a cave troll, but this would be different. This would be a siege, thousands of enemies attacking fortified walls through the night. People would die, and some of them would be friends, and survival was far from guaranteed for anyone. But fear did not enter into it. This was what warriors did when darkness came, stood shoulder to shoulder against impossible odds, and fought until they could not fight any more. Rohan's battle was just, and their cause was righteous, and Gimli would stand with them regardless of the cost. The road had led him here, and here was where he would make his stand, in a fortress he had never seen beside people he had just met, fighting for a kingdom that was not his own, because the fight itself was worth fighting. They rode west from Edoras through the night, a column of refugees and warriors fleeing toward Helm's Deep. Women and children rode in wagons or walked beside them, carrying what they could save from homes they might never see again. The warriors rode armed and ready, knowing the enemy could catch them on the road if fortune turned against them. Gimli rode beside Legolas on one of the horses, his short legs making riding awkward but necessary for the speed required. Helm's Deep appeared in the grey dawn, a fortress carved into the mountainside where the valley narrowed. The deeping wall stretched across the entrance, 20 feet of stone with a tower at its centre. Behind the wall rose the Hornburg, an ancient keep built into the cliff itself. The fortress was old and strong, built in elder days when giants walked the earth, and it had never fallen to assault. Theoden's people would shelter here and trust in stone to protect them. The refugees poured through the gates as morning turned to afternoon. Thousands of people crowded into the fortress and the caverns behind it, more than the space was meant to hold. Children cried, and mothers tried to comfort them, and the warriors prepared for battle with grim efficiency. Every man who could hold a weapon was given one and assigned a position on the wall. Even boys too young for war were armed with spears and told where to stand. The army from Isengard appeared as the sun touched the western horizon. 10,000 Uruk-hai marched in ordered ranks across the valley floor, armored and disciplined and utterly without fear. They carried pikes and swords and crude ladders, and they moved with purpose that spoke of training rather than orc chaos. Saruman had built something terrible at Isengard, an army that combined orc strength with military discipline. Gimli took his position on the deeping wall beside Legolas as darkness fell. The elf's eyes could see clearly what Gimli could only guess at, and he described the enemy's movements as they prepared to attack. The Uruk-hai were forming up in assault columns and bringing forward siege equipment, preparing to hit the wall with overwhelming force. Their numbers were crushing, and the defenders were too few, but retreat was impossible now. The attack came with full darkness. The Uruk-hai charged in waves that broke against the wall like ocean against cliffs. Ladders rose and were thrown down, and enemies climbed over their own dead to reach the ramparts. Gimli fought in a space barely wider than his shoulders, his axe rising and falling in rhythm that became mechanical. Beside him, Legolas shot with inhuman speed, every arrow dropping an Uruk before it could reach the wall. They made a contest of it despite the horror, dwarf and elf competing to see who could kill more enemies. Gimli called numbers as his axe bit into flesh, and Legolas answered with his own count. The game was grim, but it kept fear at bay, turned massacre into something they could laugh about in whatever afterlife waited. Their friendship was forged properly that night in blood and fire, sealed by fighting shoulder to shoulder against odds that should have killed them both. The battle raged through the long hours of darkness. The defenders held despite impossible pressure, throwing back assault after assault through courage that defied reason. But the wall was weakening and casualties were mounting, and the Uruk-hai kept coming in numbers that never diminished. Theoden pulled warriors back from the wall as sections became untenable, consolidating the defense around the Hornburg itself. Gimli fought his way back with the others and found himself defending the keep's entrance. The Uruk-hai poured through the breached wall, and the defenders met them in desperate fighting that was more brawl than battle. The contest with Legolas continued even here, both of them calling numbers that grew steadily higher. Gimli lost count, around 40, and simply kept killing, his arms burning and his axe slick with blood that was not his own. They fell back into the caves as dawn approached. The fortress was lost, and the keep was surrounded, and the survivors retreated into the mountain's depths, seeking whatever shelter the stone could provide. Gimli followed the others into passages that opened suddenly into wonder that stopped him mid-stride, despite the battle's urgency. The glittering caves spread vast beneath the mountain. Crystal formations hung from ceilings that soared beyond sight, and natural pillars rose like frozen waterfalls, catching torchlight in 1,000 colors. The beauty was beyond anything Gimli had imagined, caverns worked by water and time into art that no craftsman could match. This was what stone could become when left to nature's patient shaping, and he stared in awe despite orcs howling at his back. The wonder sustained him through the final stand. The defenders formed lines in the cave's entrance and prepared to sell their lives as dearly as possible. The Uruk-hai massed outside for the final assault, and Theoden prepared to lead one last charge rather than die trapped in darkness. Gimli gripped his axe and stood ready, knowing this was likely the end, but satisfied with how he had spent the night. The horn that sounded then came from outside and above. Gandalf had arrived with Éomer and 1,000 riders, cavalry hitting the Uruk-hai from behind with the rising sun at their backs. The enemy broke immediately, discipline shattering under the unexpected assault. The Uruk-hai fled into trees that had advanced during the night, and the trees themselves destroyed what the riders missed. Victory came sudden and complete after a night that had seemed lost. Gimli emerged from the caves into morning light that hurt his eyes after the darkness. Bodies lay everywhere, and the valley stank of death, but Helm's Deep still stood, and Rohan's people lived. He looked for Legolas, and found the elf standing on the wall, somehow unmarked despite the night's slaughter. Their contest had ended in a draw, with both claiming numbers too high to verify, and the argument about who won would last for years. The battle was finished, but the caves remained in Gimli's mind. He promised himself he would return here when the war ended, would explore those depths properly, and perhaps lead dwarves to settle them. Beauty like that deserved to be inhabited and honored, and he would make it his life's work if he survived what came next. The glittering caves had been discovered through violence, but they represented something else entirely. A promise that beauty could still exist in a world consumed by war. Victory at Helm's Deep brought no rest for those who had fought there. Aragorn gathered a small company the morning after the battle and announced his intention to take the paths of the dead beneath the mountains. The road was legendary and terrible, a path where the living did not go, and those who heard his plan looked at him like he had lost his mind. But the heir of Isildur had seen something in the Orthanc stone that demanded this choice, and he would not be dissuaded. The rangers came to join him, the grey company riding from the north with grim faces and weapons ready. These were Aragorn's people, Dunedain, who had wandered Middle-earth, keeping watch over lands that did not know them. They brought news and offered their swords for whatever darkness their chieftain would lead them into. Legolas volunteered immediately to follow, and Gimli found himself agreeing before he fully understood what he was committing to. They rode south from Helm's Deep on March 5th, leaving Theoden to lead his riders east toward Gondor. The path took them into the mountains, where the white peaks rose sharp against the sky. Aragorn led them toward Dunharrow, an ancient fortress carved into the mountainside where Rohan's people had gathered. The road climbed steep and switchbacked, and at its end waited the dark door that no one opened willingly. The entrance showed itself at dawn on March 8th. A black opening gaped in the cliff face, and the air that breathed from it smelled of death and time beyond measure. No grass grew near that threshold, and no birds sang, and even the horses refused to approach within 100 yards. The rangers looked at the door with faces that showed no fear but plenty of understanding about what waited inside. Aragorn spoke of the dead who dwelt in the mountain, men who had sworn oaths to Isildur in the Second Age, and broken them when the need was greatest. They had refused to fight Sauron when called, and for that betrayal they were cursed to remain as spirits, neither living nor dead, until Isildur's heir came to demand they fulfill their pledge. 3,000 years they had waited in darkness, and now that heir stood at their door with the oath still binding. Gimli felt fear colder than anything he had known in Moria. The Balrog had been terrible, but it was a physical enemy that could be fought and killed. The dead were something else entirely, spirits that could not be harmed by axe or sword, beings that existed outside the normal rules of the world. Walking into their domain required courage of a different kind than battle demanded, and he was not certain he possessed it. But Aragorn was going, and Legolas was going, and Gimli would not be the one who stayed behind because he was afraid. He followed them into the dark door when the moment came, following Aragorn's torch into blackness that swallowed light like water. The passage led down into the mountain's roots, and the temperature dropped until his breath showed white. Behind them the door vanished, and the only way was forward into depths that felt wrong in ways he could not articulate. The dead appeared gradually rather than suddenly. At first there were only whispers in the darkness and cold spots where the air froze without reason. Then shadows moved where no shadows should be, and green light glowed faintly in the distance. The spirits took form slowly, translucent figures that drifted rather than walked, faces that were human but wrong. They filled the passages ahead and behind, thousands of them, and their presence made reality feel thin. Aragorn walked forward without hesitation, and his voice rang through the caverns with authority inherited from ancient kings. He named himself Isildur's heir, and demanded the dead fulfill their broken oath. The spirits pressed close, and their touch was cold beyond cold, draining warmth and will both. They spoke in voices like wind through empty chambers, refusing and mocking, saying their curse was eternal and no king could command them. The heir of Elendil drew his sword, and the blade blazed with light that hurt to look at. He spoke words that carried weight accumulated through centuries, invoking the oath that bound them and the blood right that gave him authority. The dead recoiled from that light, but could not escape it, and their mockery turned to fear as they recognized what stood before them. This was no ordinary man, but the king returned at last, and his claim was absolute. The oath remained, and the curse remained, but release was offered if they would honor what their ancestors had sworn. Fight once more against Sauron, and the oath would be fulfilled. The curse lifted, the spirits freed to whatever rest awaited them. Aragorn promised this in his ancestors' name, and the dead understood he had power to keep that promise. They bent finally to his will, ancient spirits accepting a king's command after 3 millennia of refusal. The company emerged from the mountain into daylight that seemed impossibly bright after the darkness within. Behind them came the dead, an army of spirits that no living eye could see clearly. Gimli's hands were shaking and his heart was hammering, and he understood he had just walked through something that would haunt him forever. The paths of the dead had been crossed, and the dead themselves followed, bound to Aragorn's service for one final battle. They rode south toward the coast, where Sauron's allies were gathering. The dead came with them, invisible to most eyes, but felt by everyone they passed. Gimli sat his horse and tried not to think about the spirits surrounding them, tried to focus on the road ahead and the battle waiting. He had followed his friends into darkness that nearly broke him, and he would follow them into whatever came next, because that was what friendship meant. The dead marched beside them toward war, and whatever fear Gimli felt was his to bear silently. They reached Pelargir on March 13th, after 5 days of hard riding from the Dark Door. The city sprawled along the Anduin's banks, where the river widened toward the sea, and ships crowded the docks in numbers that made Gimli's heart sink. Black sails hung from masts by the hundreds. Corsairs from Umbar gathered for war against Gondor. The fleet was massive and ready to sail, and if it reached Minas Tirith, the city would fall, regardless of what armies defended it. Aragorn surveyed the harbour from the hills above, and his face showed no surprise. He had known this fleet would be here, had seen it somehow in the Orthanc Stone's depths. Taking these ships was why he had risked the paths of the dead, why he had brought the cursed spirits south instead of riding east with Theoden. The dead would fight one final battle and win it through terror rather than steel, and Gondor would have ships instead of enemies when the day ended. The attack came at dusk, when shadows lengthened and the corsairs prepared for evening. The dead poured down from the hills in a wave of green glowing spirits that made reality shudder. They flowed through the city like floodwater through a broken dam, and everywhere they passed, men screamed and fled or died from fear alone. The corsairs were hard men used to violence, but nothing prepared them for this, for an enemy that could not be fought or killed. Gimli followed in the dead's wake with the Grey Company, his axe ready despite knowing it was useless against spirits. The living enemies they encountered were few and scattered, corsairs too slow to flee or too brave to run. He fought briefly at the docks when a group tried to make a stand, and his axe bit into flesh that was blessedly solid and mortal. The fighting was quick and brutal and one-sided, and the corsairs broke completely when the dead surrounded them. The ships fell into their hands, without real battle. The corsairs abandoned them and ran inland, fleeing the city entirely rather than face spirits that killed with a touch. Some threw themselves into the river and drowned trying to swim away, and others died of heart failure when the dead came too close. By full dark, the harbor was theirs, and dozens of ships sat ready with no one to crew them except the company Aragorn had brought. The dead gathered on the shore when the fighting ended. Thousands of spirits stood waiting in the darkness, and their green glow lit the harbor like diseased moonlight. Aragorn walked among them, and his voice carried across the water to where Gimli stood watching. The oath was fulfilled, and the curse was lifted, and the dead were released from their long bondage at last. The spirits faded like mist under morning sun. One moment they filled the harbor, and the next they were thinning, becoming transparent and then vanishing entirely. Gimli watched them go and felt something like relief mixed with pity. 3,000 years they had waited for this release, bound by their ancestors' failure, and now they were free to whatever rest their kind found. The army of the dead was gone and would never walk Middle-earth again. The work of preparing the fleet began immediately. They had ships but few men to sail them, and the Grey Company was barely 30 strong. Aragorn sent messengers at Priver and into the surrounding country, calling for any who would help. Men came slowly, refugees and farmers who knew the river, and together they crewed enough ships to make the fleet functional. The rest would follow with skeleton crews or be left behind for lack of hands. Gimli found himself aboard a black ship flying a captured corsair banner, learning the basics of sailing from men who could barely sail themselves. The work was strange and uncomfortable for a dwarf who belonged on solid ground, and the river's movement made his stomach protest constantly, but necessity drove them all, and he did what was needed despite hating every moment on the water. They sailed north on the morning tide with 50 ships following in a ragged line. The black sails flew from every mast, and they looked like the enemy they had defeated, like corsairs coming to burn Minas Tirith instead of save it. Aragorn wanted that deception because it would hide their true nature until the last possible moment. The defenders at Pelennor would see black ships coming and despair, and the enemy would see allies arriving to join the battle. The journey up the Anduin took 2 days against the current. The river was swollen with spring melt, and the ships fought for every mile gained. Gimli stood at the rail and watched the banks slide past, seeing the land grow more settled as they approached Gondor's heartland. Smoke rose in the distance from fires that marked the war's approach, and refugees crowded the roads, heading away from the fighting. Word reached them on the second day that battle had been joined at Pelennor. A massive army from Mordor was besieging Minas Tirith, and the city was burning, its outer wall breached and its defenders driven back. Rohan had arrived with cavalry, but the numbers were wrong. Thousands of riders facing hundreds of thousands of orcs and men. The battle was being lost, and the city was falling, and the fleet's arrival would come too late unless speed increased beyond what seemed possible. Aragorn ordered every sail raised and every oar manned. The ships surged forward with desperate speed, driven by men who understood that minutes might mean the difference between victory and annihilation. Gimli gripped the rail and stared north, toward where smoke darkened the sky, willing the city to hold just a few hours longer. They were coming with ships and warriors, coming to turn the tide if the defenders could just survive until they arrived. The battle waited ahead, and death waited with it, but the fleet was moving, and that was all that mattered now. Gimli stood on a corsair ship flying enemy colors and prepared himself for the fighting to come, knowing this would dwarf everything at Helm's Deep. The river carried them north toward fire and blood, and all they could do was sail faster and hope they reached the city before hope itself died on Pelinor's fields. The fleet rounded the final bend in the river, and Pelennor fields spread before them in fire and carnage. The battle was already raging across leagues of open ground, thousands of shapes moving in combat that looked like madness from distance. Minas Tirith rose behind it all, the white city burning in places and surrounded by enemies beyond counting. The sight was overwhelming and terrible, and Gimli understood immediately they were witnessing either salvation's last moment or its final failure. The black sails caused exactly the confusion Aragorn intended. Defenders on the walls saw corsair ships approaching and despaired, believing reinforcements had come for Mordor's army. The enemy saw the same ships and took heart, certain their southern allies had arrived to finish Gondor's destruction. Both sides reacted to the deception, and neither understood the truth until the ships beached and warriors poured. From them carrying weapons against the enemy, Aragorn raised his banner as he stepped onto Pelinor's soil, the standard of Elendil showing the white tree and 7 stars. The symbol had not been seen in Gondor for 1,000 years, and its appearance struck like lightning through both armies. The defenders understood suddenly that their ancient kings had returned, that Isildur's line was unbroken, that hope remained where hope had seemed dead. The effect on morale was immediate and transformative. Gimli hit the ground running with his axe ready, and found himself in fighting that dwarfed Helm's Deep. Enemies filled every direction in numbers that made counting meaningless. Orcs and men from the east mixed with trolls and worse things. The Grey Company formed around Aragorn and drove forward like a spear through enemy ranks, and Gimli killed everything in reach without thought or hesitation. The Rohirrim were already on the field, their cavalry having arrived earlier to join the desperate defense. Gimli glimpsed horses and riders in the distance, saw green and gold banners through the smoke. But the battle's chaos made coordination impossible. Each group fought its own war within the larger conflict, killing what came near and trusting others to handle the rest. The enemy was breaking slowly under pressure from multiple directions. The sortie from the city combined with Rohan's charge and the fleet's unexpected arrival created confusion that spread through Mordor's forces like poison. The orcs began retreating in some sectors while others fought on, and the coordination that had made them dangerous dissolved into scattered violence. Gimli fought beside Legolas through the long afternoon, their contest from Helm's Deep resuming automatically despite the horror surrounding them. The elf shot with mechanical precision and called numbers, and Gimli answered with his own count between axe strokes. The game was grim necessity rather than humor now, a way to maintain sanity when the slaughter threatened to overwhelm reason. The battle reached its crisis when the Witch King fell and the enemy's will broke completely. Gimli did not see that confrontation, but he felt its result. The sudden shift when terror became rout. The enemy fled in all directions, and the cavalry ran them down without mercy, cutting through broken ranks until the field was carpeted with the dead. Victory came as the sun touched the western horizon. The battle had raged through a full day and ended with Pelennor covered in corpses beyond counting. Thousands of Gondor's defenders were dead, and Rohan's losses were staggering, but the city stood and the enemy was shattered. The siege was broken and Minas Tirith was saved, bought with blood and courage and arrival of ships at exactly the moment needed. Gimli stopped fighting when enemies stopped appearing. His arms were lead and his axe was notched from impacts with armor, and blood covered him so completely he could not tell how much was his own. He stood on a field of dead and dying, surrounded by friends who looked equally destroyed, and felt nothing except exhaustion so profound it threatened to pull him down among the corpses. The search for fallen companions began as darkness fell. Theoden was found dying beneath his horse, crushed when the beast fell during the Witch King's attack. The old king had led his riders into legend one final time and died doing it, and Rohan mourned their lord while celebrating the victory he had made possible. His body was carried from the field with honor and laid in state, and the riders who had followed him wept openly. The work of dealing with the dead continued through the night. Gondor's defenders were gathered and given proper burial while the enemy was piled in mounds to be burned. The numbers were staggering on both sides, thousands of bodies waiting for fire or earth. Gimli helped where he could and tried not to think about the lives represented by each corpse, tried to focus on work instead of grief. The city opened its gates properly the next morning, and the defenders entered as heroes. The people lined the streets despite their exhaustion, cheering warriors who had saved them from destruction. Gimli walked among them, feeling disconnected from the celebration, too tired and too aware of the cost to feel victorious. They had won, but winning felt hollow when measured against everyone who died achieving it. Aragorn was needed immediately for the healing houses where the wounded were dying faster than the healers could help them. The returned king had gifts beyond warfare, could heal through touch and will, and his presence turned death into survival for dozens who would otherwise have been lost. Gimli watched him work through the night and understood this was kingship's true nature: service rather than glory, endless duty to people who needed you. The victory at Pelennor was real, but it was not the end. Mordor's main strength remained unbroken in the Black Land, and the Eye was turning its full attention toward the west. They had won a battle, but the war continued, and harder choices waited ahead. Gimli cleaned his axe and tended his wounds and prepared himself for whatever came next, knowing only that the road led deeper into darkness before any hope of light returned. The council met in Minas Tirith 3 days after Pelenor's victory. The city's lords gathered with Aragorn and Gandalf to decide what came next, and the choices were all terrible in different ways. They could defend the city and wait for Mordor's next attack, or they could take the offensive in some way that logic said was impossible. Sitting behind walls meant slow defeat as the enemy gathered strength, but attacking meant marching into certain destruction. Gandalf argued for the impossible course. The ring was traveling toward Mount Doom, carried by 2 hobbits who had no protection except stealth and luck. If Sauron turned his full attention toward his own lands, he would find them immediately, and everything would be lost. The only way to keep the Eye looking outward was to provide a threat so immediate and insulting that the enemy could not ignore it. They needed to march on the Black Gate itself and challenge Sauron to battle. The plan was madness, and everyone knew it. They had perhaps 7,000 warriors fit for combat after Pelenor's losses. Mordor could field 10 times that number without straining, and the Black Gate was the most defensible position in all of Middle-earth. Marching there meant death for everyone who went, and death without meaningful chance of victory. But Gandalf insisted the distraction was necessary, and Aragorn supported him, and slowly others agreed because no better option existed. The army departed on March 18th, with Aragorn leading and banners flying. 7,000 warriors marched north towards certain death, and they did it willingly because the cause was worth dying for. Gimli walked among them and felt pride mixed with fear, understanding he was part of something larger than individual survival. The quest had scattered the fellowship, but its purpose remained, and everyone who marched was serving that purpose, whether they knew it or not. The road north led through Ithilien, where the land was torn by war. They passed through destroyed villages and burned fields, seeing everywhere evidence of Sauron's cruelty. The people who had lived here were dead or fled, and only silence remained where life had flourished. Gimli looked at the destruction and felt his hatred for the enemy harden into something cold and permanent. They crossed into Mordor's territory on March 23rd, and the land changed immediately. No grass grew here, and no birds sang, and the air tasted of ash and poison. The ground was blackened and cracked, and nothing lived that was not twisted by the enemy's will. This was what Sauron wanted for all Middle-earth: beauty destroyed and replaced with desolation, and the sight strengthened resolve in warriors who might have wavered. The Black Gate appeared on March 25th, and its size made Gimli's courage falter briefly. The gate was massive beyond reason, 2 towers rising hundreds of feet and connected by an iron gate that could not be breached by any force the army commanded. Behind it lay the plain of Gorgoroth and Barad-dûr beyond that, and armies were gathering visible even from distance. The defenders could see everything they marched toward, and the sight was meant to break them before fighting even started. Aragorn led them forward anyway, and positioned the army before the gate in formation that looked laughably small. 7,000 stood against a force that numbered in the tens of thousands at minimum, and more were coming from the fortress with every passing minute. The disparity was so complete it transcended fear and became something else. Acceptance of death mixed with determination to make that death matter. The gate opened and emissaries came forth to parley. The mouth of Sauron was tall and terrible, a man corrupted beyond recognition by service to darkness. He spoke with contempt about the small army that dared challenge his master, and he showed items meant to break their spirits. Frodo's mithril shirt and Sam's sword were displayed as proof the hobbits had been captured. The quest failed, hope extinguished. But Gandalf was unmoved by the deception and drove the emissary back with power that made the ground shake. The items proved nothing except that the hobbits had been in Mordor, and if they were truly captured, then Sauron would have displayed the ring itself. The wizard's certainty steadied the wavering warriors, and they prepared for battle, understanding the quest lived despite the enemy's lies. The armies of Mordor poured from the gate in numbers that made rational thought impossible. Orcs and trolls and men from the east, creatures twisted by dark sorcery and war machines built for slaughter. They surrounded the defenders completely and began advancing from all directions, preparing to crush this insult through overwhelming force. Gimli fought in the center, where the pressure was worst. His axe rose and fell without thought as enemies came in waves that never ended. Beside him, Legolas shot until his arrows were exhausted and then drew blades, and together they held their ground through courage that defied reason. The contest between them was forgotten now, survival the only thing that mattered. The battle seemed endless and hopeless, but Gimli fought on because stopping meant dying. He killed orcs and then killed more, his arms moving mechanically and his mind gone somewhere else. Warriors fell around him and the line contracted as their numbers dwindled. And still the enemy came in waves that could not be stopped. The change came suddenly when everyone felt it. The ground shook and towers fell in the distance, and a scream rose from every orc simultaneously. Sauron's will vanished like a candle blown out, and his armies collapsed into confusion and terror. The ring had been destroyed, and the Dark Lord with it, and everything he had built was crumbling. Victory came not through sword work, but through two hobbits neither army had seen. Frodo and Sam had reached Mount Doom and unmade the ring, and the quest was complete. Gimli stood on the field before the Black Gate and watched Barad-dûr fall, watched the towers collapse and the armies flee. They had marched here to die, and instead they had witnessed the enemy's destruction. And the world was changed in ways they were only beginning to understand. The armies of Mordor fled in all directions when the towers fell. Orcs threw down their weapons and ran without purpose or destination, and the trolls collapsed where they stood. The men from the east tried to surrender, but most were cut down in the chaos, and the battlefield became a slaughter as organized war dissolved into panicked rout. Gimli stood among the carnage and watched the Black Gate crack and fall, iron twisting and stone crumbling as the power sustaining it vanished. The search for Frodo and Sam began immediately despite exhaustion that made movement painful. Gandalf sent scouts in all directions looking for any sign of the hobbits, and warriors who could barely stand volunteered to search. Hours passed without word, and hope started failing. Everyone understanding that surviving the ring's destruction at Mount Doom's summit was nearly impossible. The eagles came from the north as the sun set. Great birds, larger than horses, appeared in the sky, and Gandalf rode one of them toward the mountain. The wizard returned hours later with two small forms carried gently in the eagle's talons. And the army's cheer when they saw Frodo and Sam alive could be heard for miles. The hobbits were unconscious and near death, but they breathed, and that was miracle enough. The journey back to Minas Tirith took a week through country that was slowly healing. The shadow lifted from the land as Sauron's corruption faded, and grass appeared in places where nothing had grown for centuries. Refugees began returning to their homes, and birds sang where silence had reigned. The world was mending, and everyone felt it, spring coming properly for the first time in years. Gimli walked that road in a daze of exhaustion and relief. They had marched north expecting to die, and instead witnessed the enemy's destruction. The quest was complete, and Middle-earth was saved, and the price had been far less than anyone dared hope. Gandalf's gamble had worked, and the hobbits had succeeded, and everything that followed was bonus time stolen from death. Frodo and Sam recovered slowly in the healing houses under Aragorn's care. The ring-bearer especially had been damaged in ways that went beyond physical injury, marked permanently by the burden he had carried. But both hobbits would live, and that was what mattered, and the debt owed them could never be repaid by those they had saved. Minas Tirith began rebuilding immediately despite the exhaustion of its people. The damage from the siege needed repair, and the dead needed proper burial, and life had to continue despite the scale of loss. Thousands had died defending the city, and thousands more would never return from the war. but those who remained threw themselves into the work of restoration. Gimli helped where dwarf skill was useful, offering advice on stonework and joining repair crews when extra hands were needed. The weeks passed in a blur of labor and healing. The city slowly regained its beauty as repairs progressed and debris was cleared. Gardens that had been trampled were replanted and buildings that had burned were rebuilt, and the white stone began gleaming properly in sunlight. Gondor was recovering and its people were remembering how to hope, and the work itself was medicine for grief. Aragorn moved through those days serving his people before claiming any authority over them. He worked in the healing houses and consulted on rebuilding plans, making himself useful rather than decorative. The people saw their returned king laboring alongside them and loved him for it, understanding that this was a ruler who would serve rather than simply command. The transition from ranger to king was gradual and natural, earned through deeds rather than simply claimed through bloodline. Preparations for the coronation began in mid-April when enough normalcy had returned to permit ceremony. The crown of Gondor was retrieved from where it had been stored for 1,000 years, and robes were made suitable for the occasion. Emissaries arrived from kingdoms throughout Middle-earth, drawn by news that Isildur's heir had returned and Sauron was defeated. Elrond came from Rivendell with elven lords, and Galadriel and Celeborn travelled from Lothlorien to witness the restoration. Gimli stood among the crowd on May 1st when Aragorn was crowned in the city's highest courtyard. The ceremony was ancient and formal, and Gandalf placed the crown on Aragorn's head while thousands watched. The king spoke oaths to his people, and they answered with acclaim that shook the walls. And the line of Elendil was restored after 1,000 years of broken succession. Gondor had its king again, and the age of stewards was ended. The celebration that followed lasted for days. The city that had been under siege weeks before now hosted feasts and festivals, and the people who had expected to die now danced in streets they had defended. Gimli participated in the revelry, but remained somewhat apart from it, watching rather than fully joining. The victory was real, but the cost weighed on him. All the dead who would never celebrate anything again. Arwen arrived from Rivendell in late May, brought by her father to marry the king she had waited for through decades of patience. The wedding followed quickly after her arrival, and the city celebrated again. The union of Aragorn and Arwen was more than personal choice. It was the joining of two lineages and the fulfillment of prophecy that stretched back ages. Gimli watched them wed and felt happiness for his friend mixed with awareness of what Arwen had sacrificed, choosing mortality for love and accepting that her choice meant eventual death. The fellowship remained in Minas Tirith through those weeks of ceremony and celebration. They were honored as heroes and given gifts beyond measure, but mostly they stayed together because separation felt wrong after everything they had endured. Gimli spent his days with Legolas and the hobbits, with Gandalf and Aragorn, when the king's duties permitted. They had walked into darkness together and emerged, changed, and those bonds would endure regardless of what came after. The war was won and the king was crowned, but Gimli felt restless despite the peace. Minas Tirith was beautiful and the celebrations were joyful, but this was not his place. He had a life waiting in Erebor and promises he had made to himself. The glittering caves called to him, and so did his father, who deserved word that his son had survived. The road would call him home eventually, and when it did, he would follow it gladly. The fellowship departed Minas Tirith in late June, when summer had settled fully over Gondor. The hobbits were heading home to the Shire, and others were travelling north, and the time had come to scatter after months together. Aragorn rode with them to the borders of his kingdom, unable to accompany them farther, but unwilling to let them leave without proper farewell. The parting from the king was hard, despite knowing it was temporary, and Gimli embraced his friend, understanding they might not meet again for years, if ever. The road north led through country that was healing visibly. Green returned to places where only ash had been, and farmers were working fields that war had made barren. The destruction remained everywhere, but life was returning faster than seemed possible, as if the land itself celebrated Sauron's defeat. They travelled slowly and stopped often, no longer driven by urgent necessity, but moving at a pace that allowed rest and conversation. The company was smaller than it had been. Gandalf rode ahead, often on business he would not explain, and Aragorn was gone completely. Only Legolas and Gimli remained of the original fellowship, aside from the 4 hobbits, and they travelled as guards and companions both. The bonds forged through the quest remained strong, and separation seemed wrong despite being inevitable, and they delayed the final parting as long as possible. They reached Rohan in early July and stopped at Edora's to pay respects. Theoden was buried now with honor, and Éomer ruled as king over a kingdom that was rebuilding. The new king welcomed them and offered hospitality they could not refuse, and they stayed several days in the Golden Hall. Gimli spoke with Éomer about the glittering caves and his plans to return, and the king granted formal permission for dwarves to settle there when the time came. The journey continued north through country Gimli remembered from the desperate pursuit months before. The land looked different now, without enemies hunting them, peaceful rather than threatening. They crossed the plains and skirted Fangren's edge and reached the Anduin, where boats waited to carry them further. The river journey was easy compared to their southern voyage, floating downstream with the current doing most of the work. They arrived at Lothlorien in late July and found the forest unchanged by war or time. Galadriel and Celeborn welcomed them with courtesy that felt warmer than the formal reception months before. The lady spoke privately with Gimli and asked what he had done with her gift, and he told her the 3 hairs were carried close to his heart, awaiting a project worthy of their beauty. She smiled at that, and said she trusted his judgment, and Gimli felt pride at earning her approval. The company rested in the Golden Wood for a week before continuing north. The parting from Lothlorien was harder than Gimli expected, leaving beauty that he might never see again. The forest had changed him in ways he was still discovering, breaking prejudices he had carried his entire life. He promised himself he would return someday if circumstances permitted, would walk those paths again and speak with the lady who had given him the greatest gift he could imagine. Rivendell appeared in late summer, when the mountains blazed with autumn colors beginning early. Elrond received them with joy, tempered by knowledge of what was ending. Bilbo was there, ancient and frail, but still mentally sharp, and the old hobbit spent hours with Frodo, learning what had happened. Gimli watched them together and understood the torch had been passed. One ring-bearer to another, and both had paid prices that would never fully heal. The final parting began at Rivendell, when paths diverged permanently. Gandalf was leaving for business in the south, and Elrond was preparing to sail west with his people. Galadriel and Celeborn departed for their forest, and the fellowship was dissolving despite everyone's reluctance. They stood together one last time in Rivendell's courtyard and acknowledged what they had accomplished. 9 companions who had set out to destroy evil and somehow succeeded. Gimli embraced Frodo and Sam and promised to visit the Shire when time allowed. He clasped arms with Merry and Pippin and told them they had more courage than any warriors he had known. The hobbits had saved the world, and they would return to a home that did not know what they had done. And that burden was its own kind of weight. But they would bear it together, and that would have to be enough. The parting from Legolas was hardest of all. The elf was travelling back to Mirkwood initially, but planned to return south eventually, and Gimli was heading to Erebor before journeying to the Glittering Caves. Their paths were separating after months of constant companionship, and neither knew when they would meet again. They stood together in the courtyard and made promises to visit, to maintain the friendship that had defied every tradition of their peoples. Gimli rode east from Rivendell, with his heart full and heavy both. The quest was finished, and the fellowship was scattered, and he was heading home to Erebor after a year away. His father would be waiting with questions and relief both, and the mountain would feel strange after everything he had seen. The world had changed, and he had changed with it, and returning to his old life seemed impossible, even though it was exactly what he intended. The road led through country he had crossed with his father almost a year before, heading in the opposite direction now. Everything looked different with the shadow lifted, brighter and more alive than it had been. Gimli rode alone, but carried memories of companions who had become brothers, of deeds that would be sung when everyone involved was dust. The Fellowship of the Ring was ended, but what it had accomplished would endure, and that knowledge sustained him as the miles passed beneath his horse's hooves. Glóin wept when Gimli returned to Erebor in early autumn. His father had believed him dead after a year without word, and seeing his son alive was miracle enough without hearing the tales that followed. Gimli spent weeks in the mountain telling stories of the Fellowship and the war, of Moria's darkness and Lothlorien's light, of battles and friendships that had changed him completely. His father listened and understood that the son who returned was not the craftsman who had departed. The mountain felt smaller than Gimli remembered. Erebor was secure and prosperous and utterly stifling after a year walking Middle-earth. The halls that had been his entire world were just halls now, beautiful but limited. He worked in the forges and attended councils and tried to settle back into his old life, but restlessness burned in him constantly. The glittering caves called to him through memory, whispering promises of beauty that needed honoring. He proposed the expedition to Dain in midwinter, when enough time had passed to make the request seem reasonable. The caves beneath Helm's Deep were wonders that deserved dwarf attention, and settling them would benefit both Erebor and Rohan, the alliance. Forged during the war should be maintained through practical cooperation, and the caves offered opportunity for craft that would bring glory to their people. Dain listened and granted permission, understanding that Gimli would go regardless of official approval. The company that departed Erebor in early spring numbered 20 dwarves, carrying tools and supplies. They were craftsmen and warriors both, volunteers who wanted to see these legendary caves Gimli described. The journey west took months through country that was peaceful now, and they reached Helm's Deep in late summer when the crops were ripening in the valley. Éomer welcomed them with enthusiasm and granted formal rights to settle and work the caves however they saw fit. The caverns were exactly as Gimli remembered. Crystal formations hung from ceilings that soared beyond sight, and natural pillars rose like frozen waterfalls, catching light in 1,000 colors. Water had carved these spaces over ages beyond counting, creating beauty that no craftsman could match, but skilled hands might honor. The other dwarves stood in awed silence when they first entered, understanding immediately why Gimli had insisted they come. The work began with exploration rather than construction. They mapped the cave system thoroughly, documenting every chamber and passage, measuring spaces and testing stone quality. The caves extended for miles beneath the mountain, branching and connecting in patterns that seemed random but revealed underlying logic when studied properly. Some chambers were small and intimate, while others were vast enough to house thousands, and each space suggested different possibilities for enhancement. Gimli's vision was to honor what existed rather than dominate it. The natural formations were perfect and needed no improvement, but skilled work could make them accessible and livable without destroying their character. They would carve passages when necessary and smooth floors for walking, but the great pillars and crystal formations would remain untouched. The caves would be dwelling and showcased both, places where dwarves could live while visitors could witness natural majesty. The initial projects were practical necessities. They carved living quarters and side chambers where stone was solid and space was adequate. They improved the main entrance and created secondary exits for ventilation and emergency evacuation. They installed water systems that used the cave's natural springs and drainage, and they built forges in chambers where smoke could vent properly. The work was slow and careful, every cut considered for its impact on the whole. The first year passed in foundation laying and infrastructure. They established the settlement's basics and proved the caves were livable long-term. Word spread through dwarf communities about this new venture, and volunteers arrived from Erebor and the Iron Hills wanting to join. The population grew slowly but steadily, and the caves began feeling like a proper colony rather than an ambitious experiment. Gimli worked alongside his people in every aspect of the project. He carved stone and hauled supplies, planned expansions, and resolved disputes. The leadership was natural rather than formal, earned through competence and vision that others recognized. He was building something that would outlast him, creating beauty that would endure when everyone involved was dust. The 3 golden hairs from Galadriel's head remained close to his heart, waiting for the perfect project that would honor their source. The relationship with Rohan's people developed naturally through proximity and cooperation. The dwarves traded craft for food and materials, and friendships formed between peoples who had little contact historically. Éomer visited the caves and walked their passages with wonder clear on his face, and the alliance between dwarf and Rohirrim strengthened through mutual respect. Gimli had promised to return to these caves, and he had kept that promise, building something meaningful from ground where thousands had died fighting darkness. The second year brought the work Gimli had truly wanted from the beginning. The practical necessities were established, and the colony was stable, and now they could focus on enhancement rather than survival. The great chambers beckoned for attention, spaces where natural beauty could be honored through skilled craft. Gimli stood in the largest cavern with his people and described his vision. Gates and walkways that would make these wonders accessible without diminishing them. The gates became his obsession through that year and the next. They needed to be beautiful enough to match what lay beyond them, while strong enough to protect the settlement if protection became necessary. He designed them personally, sketching and revising until the concept satisfied him. The gates would be mithril and crystal both, combining dwarfcraft with the cave's natural material. The work would take years and require every skill his people possessed, but the result would be worthy of the space they guarded. The crafting began in workshops they had established near the forges. Mithril was rare and precious, and what they had was bought through trade with Erebor and other dwarf holds. The metal was worked with care that bordered on reverence, shaped into patterns that echoed the crystal formations surrounding them. Each section was fitted and refined until it met standards that would have satisfied the ancient masters, and slowly the gates took form. The installation required engineering that pushed even dwarf knowledge to its limits. The gates would hang in a natural arch at the main chamber's entrance, and supporting them without damaging the stone took months of calculation and careful work. They used techniques borrowed from bridge building and adapted them for this specific challenge. And when the gates finally rose into position, they hung perfectly despite weighing tons. Visitors began arriving in the third year, drawn by rumors of wonders beneath Helm's Deep. Men from Rohan came first, then elves from various kingdoms, and eventually even hobbits made the journey. Gimli welcomed them all and led tours through the caves, showing what nature had created and what dwarf hands had enhanced. The response was universal awe, and word spread further with each visitor who departed. Legolas came in the 4th year, riding from Mirkwood to see what his friend had built. The elf walked through the caves with wonder clear on his face, admiring both the natural formations and the dwarf work that honored them. He and Gimli walked together through passages where crystal caught light in rainbows, and they spoke of the war and its aftermath, of friends scattered and the peace that had followed. The visit lasted weeks, and their friendship deepened, proving that what had begun during the quest endured without need for shared danger. The settlement grew steadily through the decade. More dwarves arrived seeking work on projects that brought prestige, and the population reached several hundred. They established proper governance and trade relationships, becoming self-sufficient rather than dependent on Erebor. The glittering caves were a colony no longer but a proper dwarfhold, smaller than the ancient kingdoms but growing toward significance. Gimli's reputation grew with the cave's fame. He was called Lord of the Caves, formally now, a title that felt strange at first but became comfortable through use. He had authority over the settlement and responsibility for its success, and he took both seriously. The work was endless and demanding and utterly satisfying, building something that would outlast him and honor the vision he had carried since first seeing these chambers during battle. The Great Hall became the project that defined the decade's end. They had carved passages and built gates, but the largest chamber remained mostly untouched except for careful cleaning. Gimli decided it needed a proper floor and lighting that would show its beauty properly, and the work began in the 9th year. They laid stone in patterns that complemented the natural formations, and they installed crystal lamps that caught and multiplied light until the space glowed. The result was beyond anything Gimli had imagined when he started. The hall stretched vast and beautiful, natural wonder combined with dwarf craft in harmony that showed what both could achieve. Visitors stood speechless when they entered, overwhelmed by beauty that seemed impossible despite being real. Kings and lords came to see it, and the glittering caves became legendary throughout Middle-earth. Rohan prospered through the same years, and the alliance with the caves deepened. Éomer ruled well, and his kingdom recovered from war's damage, growing wealthy through trade and agriculture. The presence of dwarves at Helm's Deep strengthened the region, and provided craft goods that were prized throughout the Riddermark. The relationship between the peoples was genuine rather than merely diplomatic, built on mutual respect that had been earned through shared struggle. Gimli stood in the great hall at the decade's end and felt satisfaction that went bone deep. He had promised to return to these caves, and he had kept that promise beyond what anyone expected. The settlement thrived, and the work continued, and he was building something that honored both the lady who had given him hair and the caves themselves. The 3 golden strands still waited for their final purpose, but that project could wait until the right moment came. The years ahead stretched long and full of possibility. There was more work than any lifetime could accomplish, and more beauty to reveal than any single generation could manage. But they would do what they could, and their children would continue after them, and the glittering caves would endure as testament to what could be built when vision met dedication. Gimli was home in a way Erebor had never quite managed, and that knowledge sustained him through every challenge the work presented. The pattern of Gimli's life settled into wandering between places that all felt like home in different ways. He would spend months in the glittering caves, overseeing work and leading his people, then travel east to Erebor to visit his father and consult on matters requiring both colonies' input. The journeys between became familiar rather than adventurous, roads he knew well enough to walk half sleeping. But familiarity bred comfort rather than contempt, and he found satisfaction in the rhythm of movement and work. Glóin aged noticeably through those years. His father was past 250 now, old even by dwarf reckoning, and the weight of years showed in his face and movements. They would sit together in Erebor's halls and talk about the quest that had changed everything, about Balin and Moria and the fellowship that had saved the world. Glóin took pride in his son's accomplishments, but grief lived in him too. Sorrow for the friend who had died trying to reclaim what could not be kept. Gimli travelled south regularly to visit Minas Tirith and see how Aragorn fared as king. The city transformed under his friend's rule, becoming something greater than it had been even in its height. The white tree bloomed in the courtyard where a dead stump had stood for centuries, and the people prospered under leadership that served rather than commanded. Aragorn and Arwen ruled together with grace that made kingship seem natural, and their presence made the city feel blessed. The visits south always included time with the king in private, away from the ceremony and formality. They would sit in gardens or walk the walls and talk as friends rather than king and subject, remembering the fellowship and the companions scattered across Middle-earth. Aragorn spoke of the burden of kingship and the loneliness of responsibility, and Gimli understood his friend paid prices for the crown that most would never know. But the king bore those burdens without complaint, because the work mattered more than personal comfort. Arwen was kind to Gimli in ways that surprised him. She asked about the glittering caves, and listened with genuine interest to his descriptions of the work. She spoke of her own loss, the family who had sailed west, and the immortality she had surrendered for love. The choice was made and could not be unmade, but grief lived in her despite the joy she found with Aragorn. Gimli recognized the weight of irrevocable decisions and respected her courage in making them. Legolas came often to the glittering caves, making the journey from Mirkwood, or later from Ithilien, where he had begun settling. The elf was drawn to the cave's beauty and to Gimli's company both, and their friendship deepened through years of regular visits. They would walk the passages together and speak of everything and nothing, comfortable in silences that needed no filling. The bond between them was stronger than what had been forged in war, tested by peace and found equally durable. They travelled together sometimes, dwarf and elf riding through Middle-earth, visiting places that held meaning. They went to Lothlorien, where Galadriel received them with pleasure, and to Rivendell, where Elrond hosted them before his eventual departure. The journeys were not quests, but something gentler, explorations of a world that was healing and changing. They witnessed the Fourth Age taking form and found it good despite the losses embedded in that transition. The Fourth Age began formally when the Ring-bearers sailed from the Grey Havens. Gandalf departed with them, and Elrond and Galadriel, the bearers of the Three Rings, leaving Middle-earth now that their purpose was fulfilled. Gimli did not witness that sailing, but he felt it, the sense of something ending and something else beginning. The age of magic was concluding, and the age of men was starting, and the older races were fading from the world they had shaped. The changes were subtle at first, but accumulated with time. Elven kingdoms grew smaller as more departed for Valinor, and the number of dwarves in Middle-earth declined as well, though more slowly. Men multiplied and spread into lands that had been empty, building kingdoms and cities where ruins had stood. The world was becoming theirs, and everyone felt it. The transition from one age to another, marked by departures that could not be reversed. Gimli felt time's passage in ways he had not before the quest. He was 162 when the Fourth Age began, middle-aged by dwarf standards, and the years ahead seemed both long and suddenly finite. He had friends who would age and die while he remained unchanged, had witnessed enough loss to understand more was coming. The weight of that knowledge colored everything without quite becoming despair, awareness rather than paralysis. His father died in the 5th year of the Fourth Age, passing peacefully in Erebor's halls. Glóin was 261 and had lived well, had seen his son accomplish things he never imagined possible. Gimli mourned properly and laid him to rest with honor, and afterward felt the absence like a physical wound. He was alone in ways he had not been before, untethered from the generation that preceded him. The work in the glittering caves continued and grew more sophisticated. They had mastered the basics and now refined details, adding touches of beauty to spaces that were already magnificent. Gimli poured himself into the craft and found it sustaining, the process of creation providing structure when grief threatened to overwhelm him. The 3 golden hairs still waited for their perfect use, and he was beginning to understand what that use might be. The wandering continued through those years, but the pattern shifted. Erebor was less home now without his father, and the caves became his primary dwelling. He travelled to Minas Tirith and Ithilien regularly, maintaining friendships that felt more important as time passed. Legolas was constant, despite the elf's own grief at watching the world change, and their companionship was anchor when everything else shifted. The Fourth Age was unfolding, and they witnessed it together. last echoes of the Fellowship watching the New Age take form. The decades moved faster than Gimli expected. He was 170 when the Fourth Age's 20th year began, and time seemed to accelerate as he aged. Projects in the glittering caves that once seemed endless were completing, and new dwarves arrived to continue work on refinements he had only imagined. The colony was established and thriving, no longer dependent on his constant presence to survive. Aragorn aged visibly through those years, despite his Númenórean blood. The king was past 80 now, still strong but showing silver in his hair and lines around his eyes that spoke of decades bearing responsibility. He ruled wisely and his kingdom prospered, but the weight of kingship extracted its price regardless. Gimli visited Minas Tirith and saw his friend growing old while he himself remained largely unchanged, and the disparity troubled him in ways he could not fully articulate. Arwen aged more slowly than her husband, but the mortality she had chosen was claiming her gradually. She remained beautiful, but something in her eyes showed awareness of approaching endings. Knowledge that mortal life was brief even when stretched by elvish heritage. She spoke less of the past and more of their children, finding meaning in legacy rather than longevity. Gimli understood she had made peace with her choice, but the peace carried grief underneath. The work in the caves shifted from creation to perfection. The major projects were complete, and now they refined details, adding small touches that elevated beauty from impressive to transcendent. Gimli walked the passages daily and saw new possibilities everywhere, ways to honor the natural formations through subtle craft. The mithril gates gleamed at the main chamber's entrance, and visitors came steadily to witness what had been built. And the cave's fame spread to kingdoms he had never visited. Legolas was constant through those decades, traveling between Ithilien and the glittering caves with regularity that suggested the visits were necessary rather than merely pleasant. The elf was building something in the south, a settlement of his own people who chose to remain in Middle-earth despite the sea's calling. But he spoke increasingly of that calling, of longing that grew stronger with each passing year. The sound of gulls troubled him, and beaches pulled at him, and he fought the desire because leaving meant abandoning friends who still needed him. They spent long evenings together when Legolas visited, sitting in chambers where crystal caught lamplight, and speaking of everything except the inevitable parting. The elf described the forest he was growing in Ithilien, and the beauty returning to lands Mordor had poisoned. Gimli talked about projects in the caves and visits to Minas Tirith, about the world changing in ways both hopeful and melancholy. Neither mentioned that Legolas would sail eventually and Gimli would remain behind, both knowing it without needing words. The Fourth Age's 40th year brought news that struck harder than Gimli expected. Éomer died at age 93, an old man by human standards, but young compared to the years Gimli carried. The king of Rohan had been friend and ally, had granted rights to the glittering caves, and maintained the alliance forged in war. His passing meant that generation was ending. The warriors who had fought at Helm's Deep and Pelennor Fields fading from the world. Gimli attended the funeral and felt the weight of being left behind, outliving people who had seemed ageless when he first met them. Aragorn's children were adults now, with children of their own, and the succession was secure. Eldarion was wise and capable, trained by his father to rule with justice and mercy both. The king spoke sometimes of stepping down and letting his son take the throne, but duty kept him at his post, despite the weariness showing increasingly. Gimli watched his friend age and understood Aragorn would die within decades, leaving him alone among the Fellowship's survivors. The Shire flourished through those years in isolation that its people preferred. Hobbits wanted no part of the wider world's concerns, and maintained their simple lives with determination. Gimli had visited once in the Fourth Age's early years, and found Sam and Rosie raising a large family, found Merry and Pippin aging into respectability. They had welcomed him with joy and excessive hospitality, but he felt large and intrusive in their small world. He left promising to return, and had not, respecting their desire for peace more than satisfying his own need for companionship. The caves became refuge as the world changed around him. The work was endless and satisfying, providing purpose when grief for aging friends threatened to overwhelm. He carved and designed and supervised, pouring decades of accumulated skill into projects that would outlast him. The 3 golden hairs still waited close to his heart, carried through years without finding their perfect use. He knew what he would make eventually, but the time was not right yet, the project too important to rush. Legolas spoke openly of the sea by the Fourth Age's 60th year. The longing had become overwhelming, and fighting it was destroying him slowly. He needed to sail, and he needed time with his friend, and the two needs were in conflict without resolution. Gimli understood, without being told, that their time together was finite, that the elf would depart within decades. The knowledge sat between them like a weight neither could lift. The world was firmly in the Fourth Age now, dominated by men whose kingdoms covered lands that had been wilderness. The elves were nearly gone, and the dwarves were diminishing, and the magic that had shaped previous ages was memory rather than present reality. Gimli walked through a world that felt less like home with each passing year, where friends aged and died and were not replaced. He had survived the quest and won the war, but peace had its own costs. And watching everything end slowly was harder than facing death in battle had been. Legolas began building a ship in Ithilien during the Fourth Age's 60th year. He gathered wood from forests he had planted decades before and shaped it with elfcraft that made the work seem effortless. The vessel took form slowly on the banks of the Anduin, where the river ran broad and deep. Grey wood fitted together in curves that suggested grace more than function. Gimli visited and watched the construction progress, understanding what the ship meant without needing explanation. The sea longing had become unbearable for his friend. Legolas spoke of it openly now, describing the call as physical pain that grew worse with each gull's cry and each wave's sound. He had resisted for decades out of loyalty to friends and commitment to the work in Ithilien, but resistance was destroying him from within. The ship was answer and surrender both, acknowledgement that he could not stay in Middle-earth indefinitely despite every reason to remain. They walked the forests together during Gimli's visits, and the elf described what he was building. The settlement in Ithilien was thriving, with enough elves to sustain itself without his constant oversight. The trees he had planted were growing strong, and the land was healing completely from Mordor's poisoning. His work here was not finished, but it was established enough that others could continue it, and the sea would not wait forever for anyone. Gimli felt the loss approaching like winter coming on. Legolas would sail within years rather than decades, and their friendship would end when the grey ship left Middle-earth's shores. The elf would go to Valinor, where mortals could not follow and dwarves were not welcome, and they would never meet again in any land. The certainty of that separation hung between them during every visit, acknowledged silently because speaking it would change nothing. But Legolas spoke one evening of something that had never been attempted. He described how the Valar might permit exceptions for those whose deeds warranted it, how companions of the ring-bearers held status that transcended normal restrictions. Galadriel had given Gimli her hair, and that gift carried implications. Acknowledgement of worth that might matter to powers greater than kings. The suggestion was planted carefully and left to grow, too important to press, but too significant to ignore completely. Gimli returned to the glittering caves after that visit, and could not stop thinking about what had been implied. Dwarves did not sail west, and were not permitted in Valinor under any circumstances. Their fate after death was known only to Aule who made them, and speculation was considered improper. But Legolas had suggested exception might be possible, and the thought would not leave him alone once planted. The idea was unprecedented and probably impossible. No dwarf had ever sailed to the Undying Lands, and none had ever wanted to. Their place was in stone and earth, and leaving Middle-earth meant abandoning everything their people valued. But Gimli had abandoned traditions before when friendship demanded it, had walked into elf territory and loved what he found there. Breaking one more tradition felt both terrifying and inevitable. He considered what staying would mean. Legolas would sail and Aragorn would die, and he would remain in Middle-earth, alone among strangers. The Fellowship's survivors would be gone, and the age that had shaped him would be finished completely. He could continue working the caves for centuries, could build beauty that would endure long after his name was forgotten. But the work felt hollow measured against losing everyone who mattered, creating for an audience that would never understand what the creation meant. The choice formed slowly through years of consideration rather than sudden decision. Gimli walked the glittering caves and saw them through eyes that imagined leaving permanently. The work was strong and would continue without him, led by dwarves he had trained who shared his vision. The colony would thrive and grow, and his absence would be felt, but not fatal. He had built something that would outlast him, regardless of whether he stayed to oversee it. The three golden hairs called to him with new urgency. They had waited decades for their proper use, carried close to his heart through everything that had happened since Lothlorien. He knew finally what he would make with them, knew the project that would honor both the lady who gave them and the friend he would follow west. The work would take time and absolute precision, and he began planning it with care that bordered on obsession. Legolas returned to the caves in the Fourth Age's 75th year and found Gimli waiting with questions rather than objections. They spoke through the night about what sailing west would mean and whether exceptions were truly possible. The elf was honest about uncertainty, acknowledging he could not guarantee the Valar would permit a dwarf to land on their shores. But he believed Galadriel's gift meant something to powers that shaped the world, believed that companions of the ring-bearers held status that transcended racial restrictions. The conversation circled the central question without quite asking it directly. Legolas wanted company on the voyage, and afterward, in whatever came. Gimli wanted to go, but feared refusing permission upon arrival, feared the humiliation of being turned away at Valinor's shores. They talked around commitment until finally the elf asked plainly whether Gimli would sail with him when the time came, would risk rejection for the chance of continued friendship. Gimli's answer surprised him with its certainty. He would go because staying meant loneliness that would last centuries. He would go because friendship mattered more than tradition or fear of rejection. He would go because Legolas asked, and the asking was honor beyond anything his people would understand. The decision was made and would not be unmade, and whatever happened after sailing would be faced together rather than apart. They sat together in the glittering caves and planned for departure still years away. Legolas would finish his ship and settle his affairs in Ithilien. Gimli would complete his final project with the golden hairs and ensure the caves were secured under capable leadership. They would meet when preparation was complete and sail together toward whatever waited beyond the sea. Dwarf and elf, defying every tradition of their peoples one final time because friendship transcended all other considerations. The Fourth Age's 80th year brought the sense that time was accelerating toward endings no one could prevent. Gimli was 201 years old, barely into what dwarves considered late middle age, but the world around him was dying faster than he aged. Friends from the war years were grey-haired or dead, and their children ruled kingdoms that felt increasingly foreign. He travelled between the glittering caves and familiar places, witnessing changes that accumulated too quickly to track properly. Faramir died that year at age 95, having served Gondor faithfully under Aragorn's rule. The steward had been wise and gentle, a man who valued peace more than glory despite his warrior's training. His passing left Aragorn diminished in ways that went beyond losing a counselor, robbed of one of the few who remembered how things had been before the war. Gimli attended the funeral in Minas Tirith and watched his friend mourn with dignity that made the grief more visible. The hobbits were aging too, though news from the Shire came rarely. Sam had been mayor for decades and was growing old in service to his people, and Merry and Pippin held positions of authority in their respective corners of the small country. They had not left the Shire in years and showed no intention of doing so, content to live quiet lives that their adventure had purchased. Gimli thought of them often, but did not visit, respecting their choice to remain separate from the wider world's concerns. Aragorn was ancient now by human measure, though Númenórean blood gave him years beyond normal men. He was past 150, older than any king of Gondor in the direct line, and his body showed the accumulated weight of decades. He moved more slowly, and his face was deeply lined, but his mind remained sharp and his authority unquestioned. The king still ruled, but delegation was increasing, preparing his son for the throne that would pass sooner rather than later. Gimli visited Minas Tirith regularly through those years, and each visit showed his friend diminishing further. They walked gardens where flowers bloomed year-round and spoke of memories that felt increasingly distant. Aragorn talked about the fellowship with nostalgia that was new, remembering companions as they had been rather than focusing on present concerns. The king was preparing himself for death in ways Gimli recognized without wanting to acknowledge. Arwen remained beautiful despite her chosen mortality taking visible hold. Her hair showed silver now, and her movements had slowed, but grace remained in everything she did. She spoke to Gimli with warmth that carried understanding about what was coming, about the choices she had made and their inevitable conclusions. She had surrendered immortality for love, and the price was falling due, but she faced it with courage that made Gimli's heart ache. The work on his final project consumed his time in the glittering caves. He had begun crafting something worthy of the 3 golden hairs, a piece that would honor Galadriel and stand as testament to what their peoples could achieve through cooperation. The design was intricate beyond anything he had attempted before, combining mithril from the caves with techniques learned through decades of refinement. Each detail required absolute precision, and he worked slowly, knowing this piece would be his masterwork. Legolas visited less frequently as the sea longing intensified. The elf was preparing himself for departure in ways that mirrored Aragorn's preparation for death, settling affairs and saying farewells to places that held meaning. His ship was nearly complete and waited at Ithilion's shore for the moment when resistance finally broke. The parting from Middle-earth was approaching, and everyone felt it. Legolas included, despite his determination to wait for Gimli. The sense of being left behind grew heavier as the years accumulated. Gimli walked through kingdoms where no one remembered him despite his service, where the war against Sauron was ancient history to people born decades after it ended. The young looked at him and saw a dwarf rather than a hero, someone unusual but not particularly significant. Fame was fleeting and memory was short, and being forgotten while still living was its own kind of death. The glittering caves thrived under leadership he had trained, and his absence for months at a time barely registered. The work continued and refined itself through dwarves who understood his vision and could execute it without constant guidance. He had built something sustainable that would endure regardless of his presence, and that success meant his time there was approaching its natural end. The caves would be his legacy, whether he stayed to oversee them or sailed west with Legolas. The decision to leave had been made, but executing it remained distant. Aragorn still lived, and saying goodbye while his friend breathed seemed wrong, abandoning him in his final years. Gimli wanted to be present for the king's death and to help Arwen through whatever grief followed. The debt he owed his friend demanded that presence, and sailing before that duty was fulfilled felt like betrayal. Legolas understood without explanation and waited with patience that was pure gift. The elf's need to sail was overwhelming, but he contained it through will and love both, refusing to abandon Gimli before the time was right. They spoke of departure as something certain but undated, planning without committing to specific timing. The ship waited at Ithilien, and they would use it eventually. But not yet, and not while Aragorn needed friends who remembered when he had been young. The Fourth Age passed its 100th year and entered its 2nd century. Gimli was 221 and looked barely different than he had at 140 when the Fellowship formed. The immortality that was blessing to his people felt increasingly like curse, watching everyone age and die while he remained unchanged. But the waiting was nearly finished, and the final partings were approaching, and after them would come sailing and whatever lay beyond the circles of the world. He worked his craft and visited his friends and prepared himself for goodbyes that would echo through whatever centuries remained to him. The summons came in late winter of the Fourth Age's 120th year. Aragorn had chosen his time and was preparing to die, and he wanted his oldest friends present for the farewell. Gimli received word at the glittering caves and departed immediately, riding south through country still gripped by cold. The journey took weeks, but urgency drove him forward, and he reached Minas Tirith in the final days of February. The city was subdued in ways that went beyond normal grief. Aragorn had ruled for 122 years and shaped Gondor completely during that span. The king had been constant through living memory for most citizens, and his approaching death meant the end of an age they had known their entire lives. People gathered in the streets, speaking quietly, and the sense of waiting hung over everything like fog. Eldarion received Gimli at the citadel with courtesy that barely masked his own grief. The king's son was middle-aged himself now, and had been ruling alongside his father for decades. But the transition from heir to king carried weight regardless of preparation. He led Gimli to the royal chambers where Aragorn waited, and the dwarf felt his heart clench at what he saw. The king lay in the bed he had shared with Arwen, looking ancient and fragile in ways Gimli had never associated with his friend. Aragorn was 210 years old, older than any man in Middle-earth's recorded history except his own ancestors. The Númenórean blood that had sustained him was exhausted finally, and he had chosen to lay down his life while some dignity remained rather than wait for decay to claim him completely. Arwen sat beside the bed, holding her husband's hand. She looked devastated but composed, having known this day would come since she chose mortality in Rivendell's gardens over a century before. Her face showed the weight of that choice coming due, the price of loving mortal things finally being collected. She acknowledged Gimli's arrival with a slight nod, but did not rise or speak. All her attention focused on the man who was leaving her. Aragorn's eyes opened when Gimli approached the bedside. Recognition showed clearly, despite the body's failing, and the king smiled with warmth that transcended physical weakness. His voice was barely a whisper when he spoke, welcoming his friend and thanking him for coming so far. The words were simple, but carried decades of shared history, acknowledging everything they had been to each other since the Council of Elrond. They talked briefly about the Fellowship and the quest, about Gandalf and Boromir, and the hobbits scattered throughout Middle-earth. Aragorn spoke of his satisfaction with the kingdom he was leaving, with Eldarion's readiness to rule and Gondor's strength after more than a century of wise governance. He had no regrets about choices made and no fear about what came after. Only peace that his work was finished and his time was spent well. The conversation turned inevitably to Arwen and what would happen after he was gone. The king had arranged everything carefully, ensuring his wife would have support and means to handle grief however she chose. But they both understood she would not stay in Minas Tirith long after his death, would not continue living in the city they had ruled together. Her mortality was tied to his, and when he departed she would follow eventually, choosing her own time as he had chosen his. Gimli sat with them through that final day and into the night. Legolas arrived near sunset, having received the same summons, and travelled from Ithilien with desperate speed. The elf looked stricken but maintained composure, taking his place on the other side of the bed opposite Arwen. The four of them remained together through the dark hours, 3 survivors of the Fellowship keeping vigil as the 4th prepared to leave them. Aragorn spoke occasionally through the night, saying farewells and expressing love in words that were sparse but sufficient. He told Arwen he would wait for her beyond whatever veil separated living from dead, promised that their partying was temporary rather than permanent. He thanked Legolas and Gimli for friendship that had transcended every expectation, for standing beside him through darkness and remaining close through the peace that followed. Dawn came on March 1st, with pale light that seemed reluctant. Aragorn looked at Arwen one final time and spoke words meant for her alone, too quiet for the others to hear. She leaned close and kissed him gently, and tears ran down her face unchecked. The king closed his eyes then and let himself go, choosing that moment to release the life he had held so long. The breath left him quietly and did not return, and Elisar, who had been Aragorn, died in his wife's arms. The silence that followed was absolute. Arwen sat motionless, holding her husband's hand, while Legolas wept openly and Gimli felt his chest crack with grief that had no adequate expression. They had known this was coming and prepared themselves as well as possible, but knowing changed nothing when the moment arrived. Aragorn was gone and the fellowship was broken permanently, and Middle-earth felt emptier for the loss. The funeral was held 3 days later with ceremony befitting the greatest king in Gondor's history. Aragorn was laid to rest in the tombs beneath the city where his ancestors slept, and his sword was placed beside him per ancient custom. The entire kingdom mourned, and representatives came from every allied nation to pay respects. Gimli stood among them and watched his friend given to stone, and the finality of it was crushing. Arwen departed Minas Tirith immediately after the funeral. She rode north toward Lothlorien without escort or explanation, seeking the forest where she had lived before choosing mortality. Eldarion tried to stop her, but she would not be deterred, and eventually he let her go, understanding that grief required its own path. She was choosing how her ending would come, just as Aragorn had chosen his. Gimli and Legolas remained in the city for weeks after, helping however they could and avoiding the moment when they would have to leave. The Fellowship's last 2 members clung to proximity because separation meant acknowledging that an age had truly ended. But they could not stay in Minas Tirith forever, and eventually they rode north together toward whatever came next. Aragorn was gone and Arwen was dying, and only the 2 of them remained of the 9 who had walked from Rivendell into legend. Arwen rode north from Minas Tirith, and the city never saw her again. She travelled through Rohan and past the ruins of Isengard, heading toward Lothlorien, where she had lived for centuries before choosing mortality. Word came slowly to Gimli and Legolas about her journey, carried by travellers who had glimpsed the Queen riding alone through country that remembered her. She stopped nowhere and spoke to no one, driven by purpose that permitted no delay. The Golden Wood was empty when she arrived. Galadriel and Celeborn had sailed west decades before, and most of their people had followed. The forest remained beautiful, but it was fading, the magic that sustained it diminishing without the power of Nenya to preserve it. Trees were beginning to die, and the mallow leaves were losing their golden luster, and the place felt like an echo of what it had been. Arwen walked through passages that remembered her and found only emptiness where life had flourished. She climbed Ciryn Amrath in late winter when the cold still gripped the land. The hill stood in the forest's heart where she and Aragorn had plighted their troth nearly 70 years before. The moment had been everything, immortal choosing mortal and accepting the price that choice demanded. She had known then what would come and had chosen it anyway, and now the bill was due and she would pay it in the place where the debt was contracted. Gimli and Legolas learned of her location through messages from the few elves remaining in Lothlorien. Arwen had told them she was there to die, that she would not leave the hill where she had pledged herself to Aragorn. The choice was made and nothing would change it. and she asked only to be left alone for however long remained. The two of them rode north immediately despite her request, unable to leave her completely isolated in those final days. They reached Lothlorien in early spring when new growth was just beginning. The forest was diminished but still recognizable, and the paths they had walked during the quest remained, though narrower now. The elves who met them were few and sad, remnants of a people whose time was finished. They directed Gimli and Legolas toward Ciaran Amroth, but warned that Arwen would not welcome interruption, that she had chosen solitude for her ending. The hill rose from the forest floor, crowned with Elena and Nifredil blooming despite the season's earliness. A small shelter had been built near the summit, barely more than a roof over simple walls, and Arwen dwelt there alone. She looked diminished when they found her, aged beyond what should have been possible in the months since Aragorn's death. Grief had accelerated what mortality began, and she was dying visibly despite the elvish blood that still ran in her. She received them with courtesy but not warmth. Her grief was private, and their presence intruded on something that should have been hers alone. But she did not send them away completely, permitting them to remain nearby if they maintained distance. Gimli and Legolas made camp at the hill's base and took turns climbing to leave food and water, checking on her without demanding conversation or company. The spring progressed and Arwen grew weaker. She spent her days on the hilltop where she and Aragorn had promised forever to each other, and she spoke to him in whispers they could hear from below. The conversations were one-sided but certain, addressing someone she believed could hear despite being beyond reach. She was preparing herself for death the same way her husband had, choosing the time and the place rather than letting chance decide. Gimli sat with Legolas through those weeks and felt the weight of witnessing something too private to witness. Arwen was the last living link to the High Elves of the First Age, daughter of Elrond and granddaughter of Luthien, who had been the most beautiful being ever to walk Middle-earth. Her choice to become mortal had been unprecedented, and the tragedy of it was playing out before them. Immortality surrendered for love that ended in grief beyond measure. She died on a morning in late spring when the flowers were full and the sun was bright. They found her lying peacefully on the hilltop with her hands folded and her face showing no pain. Death had come gently because she had chosen to accept it, laying down her life the way Aragorn had laid down his. The tragedy was complete and the choice was honored. And Arwen Undamiel, who had been Evenstar, was gone from Middle-earth forever. They buried her there on Ciaran Amroth, rather than moving her to Minas Tirith. The grave was simple and marked with flowers that would bloom every spring, and the few remaining elves sang her passing in voices that made the trees weep. Gimli stood beside the grave and felt the fellowship's final connection severing. The last of the 9 who had walked from Rivendell, reduced to himself and Legolas. Everyone else was dead or gone beyond recall, and the two of them were alone in a world that had moved past them. The ride south from Lothlorien was silent and heavy. They had witnessed the ending of something that began before the First Age, watched the daughter of Elrond choose mortality and pay its price completely. Arwen had loved Aragorn enough to die for him eventually, and the courage that required was beyond anything Gimli could fully comprehend. She had been given the choice between eternal life and mortal love, and she had chosen love despite knowing exactly what the choice would cost. Middle-earth felt emptier after Arwen's death in ways that went beyond one person's absence. She had been the last direct link to Elder Days, when elves shaped the world and magic was common rather than rare. Her passing marked the final transition into the Fourth Age proper, the age of men where elves were memory and dwarves were fading. Gimli and Legolas were anachronisms now, survivors from a time that no longer existed, trying to find purpose in a world that had no place for them. They parted at Rohan's border with understanding that the next meeting would be their last in Middle-earth. Legolas needed to finish his ship, and Gimli needed to complete his final project. And then they would sail together toward whatever waited beyond the Western Sea. The decision was made and the timing was set, and all that remained was executing preparations and saying final goodbyes. Arwen's death had been the catalyst that made departure inevitable, and both of them felt relief mixed with grief at the prospect of leaving a world that had become too full of graves. Gimli returned to the glittering caves, knowing he would not remain there. The decision to sail with Legolas had been made years before, but executing it meant severing ties that had defined his adult life. The caves were his greatest achievement, and leaving them felt like abandoning children. But staying meant centuries of loneliness, watching a world that no longer needed him. The choice was between two kinds of death, and he chose the one that offered companionship over the one that promised only isolation. The final project consumed him through that summer and into autumn. He had designed it years before and refined the concept through endless revision. But execution required precision beyond anything he had attempted previously. The piece would incorporate Galadriel's 3 golden hairs worked into mithril from the caves, combining materials that represented everything the quest had meant. The craftsmanship had to be perfect, because this would be his last work and his greatest, the masterpiece that justified everything he had learned. The work took months of patient effort. Each element had to be shaped individually and fitted with tolerance, measured in fractions that eyes could barely see. The mithril was worked and reworked until it achieved the exact form he envisioned, and the golden hairs were set with techniques he invented specifically for this purpose. The piece grew slowly under his hands and became something that transcended normal craft, beauty that seemed to glow with its own light. The other dwarves watched him work and understood what it meant. Their lord was creating his farewell in metal and crystal, pouring his heart into something that would remain after he departed. They asked no questions about where he was going or why he was leaving, respecting his privacy while mourning his imminent absence. The leadership transition had been gradual over years, and the caves would continue without him, but his departure would leave emptiness that no replacement could fill. He completed the piece in late autumn when the first snows touched the mountains. The result was beyond what he had imagined when he started, a work that honored both the lady who gave the hairs and the caves that had shaped him. The 3 golden strands were visible within the mithril's curves and caught light in ways that made them seem alive. The piece would remain in the glittering caves as testament to what dwarfcraft could achieve when inspired by friendship and beauty both. The farewells were harder than Gimli expected. He had led these dwarves for decades and trained most of them personally, and they had become family in ways bloodkin never quite managed. They gathered in the great hall for his final address, and he spoke briefly about the work continuing and the vision enduring. He thanked them for their service and their friendship, and he told them the caves were theirs now to shape however they saw fit. The breaking of tradition weighed on him despite his determination. No dwarf had ever sailed west, and none had ever wanted to, and what he was doing would be seen as betrayal by many of his people. Dwarves belonged in stone, and their fate after death was Olu's secret. And seeking entrance to Valinor was presumption that violated everything they believed. But Gimli had violated tradition before, when friendship demanded it, and this was simply the final violation, the choice that completed everything the fellowship had begun. He gathered his few possessions and left the glittering caves on a morning in early winter. The colony turned out to watch him depart, and they stood silent as he rode through the gates for the last time. No one wept openly, but grief hung heavy in the cold air, and Gimli felt it like pressure against his back as he rode away. The caves had been his life's work and his home, and leaving them was cutting part of himself away. The journey south to Ithilien took weeks through country gripped by winter's advance. Gimli rode alone and welcomed the solitude, needing time to process what he was doing before facing Legolas. The decision was made, but doubt remained underneath. Fear that the Valar would reject him at Valinor's shores, or that sailing itself would kill him. Dwarves were not meant for water, and the voyage would take weeks across ocean that had drowned better sailors. But the alternative was unacceptable. Staying in Middle-earth meant watching the world continue changing until nothing familiar remained. Meant living centuries alone among strangers who did not remember why he mattered. The Fourth Age belonged to men, and they would shape it without consulting the peoples who had preceded them. Gimli's time was finished whether he accepted it or not, and sailing west offered the only escape from slow irrelevance. Legolas was waiting in Ithilien when Gimli arrived. The elf had finished his ship and settled his affairs, and was ready to depart as soon as his friend appeared. The reunion was quiet but profound, both of them understanding this was the beginning of their final journey together. They would sail west and land in Valinor if the Valar permitted, and they would face whatever came after side by side, rather than separated by ocean and fate. The ship sat ready at the river's edge, grey wood fitted together with elf-craft that made it seem alive. Provisions were loaded, and the vessel was prepared for ocean travel, and all that remained was choosing the moment to depart. Legolas suggested they rest a few days before sailing, but Gimli refused the delay. He had said his goodbyes and made his choice, and waiting would only make doubt grow stronger. They would leave immediately while courage held and sail toward whatever the west contained. They pushed the ship into the Anduin as winter's first serious storm approached. The river carried them south toward the sea, and Gimli did not look back at the shore, refusing to give doubt any foothold. He had chosen friendship over tradition and companionship over safety, and he would face the consequences of that choice without regret. The ship moved with the current, and Ithilien fell behind, and Middle-earth began its long recession into memory rather than present reality. The ship needed final preparations before ocean travel, despite being ready for the river. Legolas worked through the final checks, while Gimli watched from the shore, understanding that once they departed, there would be no returning for forgotten supplies. The elf secured provisions in waterproof containers and tested every rope and sail, his movements efficient from centuries of experience. Gimli helped where dwarf strength was useful but mostly stayed clear, acknowledging that ships were elf knowledge and his assistance was more hindrance than help. The Anduin flowed broad and strong past Ithilien's restored forests. Trees that Legolas had planted decades before now stood tall and healthy, and the land showed no trace of Mordor's poisoning. The work his friend had done here would endure long after they departed, forests that would grow for centuries and shelter peoples yet unborn. Gimli looked at those trees and felt satisfaction that their time in Middle-earth had left marks beyond destruction, that they had built beauty as well as waging war. The final day in Middle-earth arrived without ceremony or announcement. They had delayed as long as preparation required, and further waiting served no purpose except feeding doubt. Gimli stood on Ithilion's shore and looked north toward mountains he would never see again, toward the glittering caves and Erebor and every place that had shaped him. The geography of his life was laid out before him in memory, and he said farewell to all of it silently, acknowledging that this parting was permanent. The white mountains rose sharp against the southern sky. Stone that had been his element and his home, rock that defined what it meant to be dwarf, peaks that had stood since the world's shaping. Gimli stared at them and felt the wrongness of leaving, the sense that he was violating something fundamental by choosing water over earth. But friendship called louder than tradition, and he would follow that call regardless of cost, trusting that love justified any betrayal of expectation. They loaded the last supplies as afternoon faded toward evening. Food and water for weeks of sailing, tools for repairs, weapons in case the voyage brought dangers beyond weather. The ship sat low in the water under the weight, but remained stable, and Legolas pronounced it ready with confidence that came from elfcraft spanning ages. They would depart at dawn when the tide turned favorable and the wind blew from the east. Gimli slept poorly that final night on Middle-earth's soil. He lay wrapped in blankets, looking at stars he had known his entire life, and wondering if Valinor's sky would show the same patterns. The familiar constellations seemed significant suddenly, markers of home that would vanish when the western horizon swallowed them. He had lived 242 years in Middle-earth and was leaving it forever, sailing toward lands where dwarves were not meant to go. The dawn came grey and cold with mist rising from the river. They broke camp quickly and carried the last items to the ship, moving with purpose that left no room for hesitation. Legolas cast off the mooring lines and pushed the vessel into the current, and the river caught it immediately. The ship began drifting south toward the sea, and there was no turning back now. The decision made and the execution begun. Gimli stood at the rail and watched Ithilien slide past. The forests and fields, the rebuilt homes and cultivated gardens. Everything Legolas had created here was falling behind, stroke by stroke. The land was beautiful and healing, and would continue without them, their absence barely registering in its ongoing story. Middle-earth did not need them anymore, and perhaps had not needed them for decades, and sailing west was simply acknowledging what had been true for years. The river widened as they traveled south, and the current strengthened. Villagers appeared along the banks, and people waved at the grey ship passing, not knowing or caring who sailed it. Gimli waved back at strangers who would forget the gesture instantly, and the anonymity felt appropriate somehow. They were leaving a world that had already moved past them, where their names meant nothing to most who lived in it. The mountains diminished behind them as distance accumulated. The white peaks that had dominated the southern horizon were shrinking toward insignificance, becoming small and then smaller as the river carried them toward the sea. Gimli watched them recede and felt grief that had no adequate expression. Mourning for stone he would never touch again, and heights he would never climb. The mountains had been eternal and constant, and now they were memory, and he was choosing water over their permanence. The sea appeared on the second day as a line of blue on the horizon. The Anduin was approaching its delta and the ocean beyond, and the ship would soon leave river for open water. Legolas adjusted the sail and checked their supplies one final time, preparing for the transition from protected water to the vast uncertainty ahead. Gimli gripped the rail and tried not to think about drowning, about water filling his lungs and stone being forever out of reach. They entered the sea near sunset when the sky blazed red and gold. The river mouth spread wide and then wider, and suddenly there were no banks visible and water extended to every horizon. The ship rose and fell with swells that made Gimli's stomach lurch, and the motion was utterly unlike anything he had experienced. This was the ocean that had called Legolas for decades, and they were on it now, heading west, toward lands that might refuse them entry. Middle-earth fell behind as night came and stars emerged overhead. Gimli stood at the stern and watched the coastline disappear into darkness, the last trace of home vanishing as if it had never existed. Legolas set their course by stars that would guide them to Valinor if the straight road opened for them, and the ship sailed west through water that had drowned civilizations. They were committed now, absolutely and irrevocably. Two friends sailing toward hope or death with no possibility of return to the world they were leaving. The ocean was vast beyond anything Gimli had imagined. He had seen mountains and plains and forests that stretched for leagues, but water extending to every horizon in all directions made his mind rebel against the scale. The ship was a speck on that immensity, and they were smaller still, two souls crossing emptiness that had swallowed entire fleets. The waves rolled endlessly, and the sky pressed down, and Gimli understood why his people had never sought the sea. The motion sickness lasted 3 days before his body adapted to the ship's constant movement. He spent those days miserable and useless, unable to eat or help with the sailing, reduced to gripping the rail and trying not to vomit. Legolas tended him with patience that never became pity, bringing water and speaking encouragement, and gradually the nausea faded. By the 4th day, Gimli could stand without swaying and eat without immediately losing the meal, and he began learning how to exist on water. The elf was transformed on the ocean in ways that went beyond simple competence. Legolas moved with the ship rather than against it, and read weather in clouds before storms arrived. He adjusted sails and changed course based on signs Gimli could not see, navigating by instinct as much as knowledge. The sea longing that had tortured him for decades was satisfied finally, and joy showed in his face despite the voyage's uncertainty. They sailed west through empty ocean where no land appeared and no ships passed. The water was grey-green and opaque, hiding whatever swam in its depths. Sometimes Gimli saw shapes moving beneath the surface, large forms that suggested creatures he had no desire to encounter. But nothing approached the ship, and the voyage continued peacefully, driven by wind that blew steady from the east. The stars were different on the ocean than they had been on land. Without mountains or trees to provide reference, the sky seemed larger, and the constellations hung closer somehow. Legolas navigated by them through the nights, keeping their course steady toward the west where Valinor waited if the Valar permitted their approach. Gimli watched those stars and wondered if dwarf eyes would ever see them again after this voyage ended. The loneliness was crushing at times, despite Legolas's presence. They were the last fragments of the Fellowship, sailing toward lands where all their other companions had gone or would never go. Frodo and Bilbo and Gandalf had sailed this route decades before, and Galadriel and Elrond had followed. But Aragorn and Boromir were dust, and Sam and Merry and Pippin were aging in the Shire without knowing their friend sailed toward the Undying Lands. The Fellowship was scattered between living and dead and departed, and only two remained to remember what they had been together. The voyage lasted weeks without significant event. They sailed through storms that tossed the ship like driftwood and calm days when the ocean was smooth as glass. They rationed food carefully and collected rainwater to supplement what they carried. The routine became familiar and time started losing meaning, days blurring together in endless repetition of the same tasks and the same horizon. The change came gradually rather than suddenly. The water's color shifted from gray-green toward blue-silver, and the air smelled different somehow. The stars at night were brighter, and the sun during the day was warmer, and the ocean itself felt different against the hull. Legolas spoke of the straight road opening, of the path that led beyond the circles of the world toward lands that mortals could not reach. Gimli felt it too, despite having no elf sense to guide him. The world was bending in ways that should have been impossible, the flat ocean curving upward toward a horizon that receded rather than approaching. They were leaving the mortal world behind and entering something else, sailing a path that had been closed to ships for thousands of years. The Valar were permitting their passage, and the impossibility of that gift was overwhelming. The light ahead was golden rather than white, and it came from no visible source. The ocean gleamed with it, and the sky was suffused, and beauty surrounded them that Gimli had no words to describe. This was Valinor's light reaching across the water to guide them home, calling them toward shores where grief ended and wounds healed. Legolas stood at the bow with tears streaming down his face, and Gimli stood beside him, feeling the same overwhelming emotion. Joy and relief and terror mixed together until they were indistinguishable. The straight road carried them forward through water that was no longer quite water, and air that was no longer quite air. They had left Middle-earth completely now, and were traveling between worlds, sailing toward the blessed realm where the Valar dwelt and the firstborn who had departed could rest. Gimli was dwarf and mortal and had no right to this passage, but Galadriel's gift and the Fellowship's service had earned him exception. He would land on Valinor's shores or die attempting it, and either outcome was acceptable after everything that had led him here. The golden light grew stronger ahead, and land appeared finally on the horizon. Mountains rose sharp and beautiful beyond anything Middle-earth contained, and forests spread green beneath impossible skies. The Undying Lands were real and present before them, and the ship was carrying them steadily toward those shores. Gimli gripped the rail and stared at what approached, understanding that arrival would answer questions he had carried for a year. The Valar would accept him or reject him, would permit him to land beside his friend or send him back to drown in the ocean. The doubt and fear remained, but so did determination, and he would face whatever judgment came with the courage that had carried him through Moria, and the Black Gate, and every darkness between. The ship touched Valinor's shore at dawn, when the light was gentlest. White sand stretched along the beach, and beyond it rose forests that seemed to sing without sound, and mountains climbed toward skies that held colors Gimli had never seen. The beauty was overwhelming and pure, unmarred by any shadow or corruption, and breathing the air felt like drinking hope. Legolas stepped from the ship with reverence clear in every movement, and Gimli followed, his boots touching the blessed realm where no dwarf had ever walked. No one waited on the beach to judge or reject them. The land itself was welcome enough, permitting their presence through simple fact of arrival. Gimli stood on that shore and understood the Valar had granted him passage, had looked at the dwarf who carried Galadriel's gift and served the fellowship and judged him worthy. The unprecedented had occurred, and he was here, despite every tradition saying it was impossible. First of his people to enter the Undying Lands, and likely the last. The wound of leaving Middle-earth began healing immediately. Something in Valinor's air eased grief that had accumulated through decades of watching friends age and die. The weight of time and loss that had pressed on him constantly grew lighter without vanishing completely, and Gimli felt himself breathing fully for the first time in years. This was the healing that Frodo had needed and Bilbo had sought, the rest that came to those who had carried burdens too heavy for any mortal frame. They walked inland through forests where trees grew older than kingdoms. Legolas moved like he was coming home after long exile, and the land welcomed him with familiarity that suggested recognition. For Gimli it was stranger, beauty that was alien rather than familiar, but wonder replaced discomfort quickly. The trees were not like stone, but they had their own magnificence, and appreciating them required no betrayal of his dwarf nature. The others who had sailed before them were here somewhere. Gandalf and Frodo and Bilbo, Galadriel and Elrond and Celeborn. All the bearers of rings and warriors who had earned passage through deeds or heritage. Gimli did not seek them immediately, content to explore this new land with Legolas beside him. The reunions would come eventually, but for now he wanted only to understand what he had reached, to comprehend the gift he had been given. Days passed differently in Valinor than they had in Middle-earth. Time moved, but it did not press, did not drive toward endings, or demand constant vigilance against decay. Gimli and Legolas wandered through landscapes that seemed infinite, seeing wonders that would have been legendary anywhere else but were commonplace here. Mountains of crystal rose beside seas that sang, and meadows bloomed with flowers that glowed with their own light. Everything was beautiful and nothing was threatening, and rest came easily in a land where darkness had never touched. The friendship that had brought them here deepened in ways that needed no words. They had defied every tradition of their peoples to remain together, had chosen companionship over every other consideration. Dwarf and elf, walking Valinor's shores side by side, was testament to what the fellowship had meant, proof that bonds forged in darkness could endure into light. Gimli had loved an elf more than gold or stone, and that love had carried him beyond the circles of the world to a place where such love was honored. He encountered Galadriel in a garden where silver trees grew beside golden ones. The lady was unchanged by time or passage, as beautiful as she had been in Lothlorien a century before. She welcomed him with joy that transcended formality and thanked him for the masterpiece he had created with her gift. The 3 golden hairs had been worked into beauty that honored both giver and craft, and she acknowledged the skill that had made such work possible. Gimli knelt before her, not from obligation, but from love, and she raised him gently and called him friend. Frodo was here, and so was Bilbo, both hobbits healed from wounds that Middle-earth could not mend. They welcomed Gimli with embrace and tears, remembering the fellowship and the quest that had saved everything. Sam would come, eventually, when his time in the Shire ended, and the hobbits would be together again in a land where hurts faded and grief transformed into memory without its sting. But that reunion waited in the future, and for now there was only celebration that another companion had reached these shores. Gimli understood finally what he had chosen and what it meant. He was the first and only dwarf to walk the Undying Lands, exception granted for service rendered and friendship honored. His people would never know what happened to him, would assume he died somewhere and wonder about his fate. But he had chosen love over tradition and companionship over isolation, and the Valar had judged that choice worthy of reward. The unprecedented had occurred because friendship transcended every law except the ones that mattered most. The years ahead stretched without counting and without ending. There was no death here and no decay, only the slow, patient work of healing and the quiet joy of existence without threat. Gimli would walk these lands with Legolas beside him, exploring beauty that had no limit and finding rest that had no interruption. The quest was finished and the fellowship was gathering, and all the hurts that Middle-earth had inflicted were being carried gently toward whatever peace the blessed realm could provide. So rest easy, wanderer, for the tale is complete and the journey has ended well. The dwarf who loved an elf has reached the Undying Lands, and friendship has proven stronger than every tradition that said it was impossible. The grey ships have sailed, and the blessed realm has opened its shores, and all the burdens finally lifted are resting in hands gentle enough to hold them. Sleep well, wanderer, for Gimli, son of Glóin, has come home at last to a place where stone and tree grow side by side in beauty that will never fade. And may your dreams hold the memory of a friendship that transcended death itself and carried to souls beyond the circles of the world to shores where love endures forever.